Chapter 2709. Clang! Lin Feng fell heavily to the ground. He was dizzy from the fall, and his whole body was in extreme pain. His surroundings were pitch black, and he couldn't even see his own fingers. He didn't know where he was. Lin Feng activated the archaic dragonesque elephant art. Gradually, the seal suppressing him was dissolved. He sat up from the ground and carefully observed his surroundings. He was in the belly of a huge mountain. There seemed to be nothing in the belly of the mountain. Lin Feng didn't see the evil god mentioned by the three stone creatures. Didn't they say there was an evil god here? Where is that evil god? I don't see him. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng suddenly felt a cold aura behind him. He turned around and saw a mysterious cultivator shrouded in evil aura standing a meter behind him. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. That cultivator was probably Daimon. This person's cultivation is too terrifying. He appeared behind me, and I don't even know how he did it. He really didn't know what level this evil god was at. Lin Feng quickly retreated, putting some distance between him and the evil god. The evil god's emotionless voice sounded. "Are you afraid of me?" Yes. Lin Feng spoke the truth. His expression was very ugly because he didn't know what would happen later. This evil god definitely wouldn't let him go. The evil god didn't kill him now, but it didn't mean that he wouldn't kill him later. Lin Feng was very clear about this. "Actually, you don't have to be afraid of me. I'm a very kind person." The evil god smiled. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen such a shameless person. The evil god killed people without batting an eyelid. He actually had the nerve to say that he was a kind person. Lin Feng finally understood the meaning of the phrase, "Shameless people are invincible under the heavens." Of course, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't expose the evil god. There was no need for that at all. After exposing the evil god's true colors, if this fellow became angry out of humiliation, wouldn't Lin Feng be in trouble? "Since Lord Evil God is so kind, why don't you let me go?" Lin Feng said with a grin. He then added, "Of course, before I leave, if Lord Evil God can teach me some powerful divine abilities, that would be even better. Don't worry, Lord Evil God. I will definitely make great use of the divine abilities that Lord Evil God teaches me." The evil god speechlessly looked at Lin Feng and then said, "I haven't finished speaking. I used to be very kind, but now I have completely changed. Now there is only hatred and killing intent in my heart." After the evil god finished speaking, an eerie and terrifying aura surged out of the evil god's body. That aura made Lin Feng feel like he had fallen into hell. The evil god didn't deliberately target Lin Feng. However, the aura that was inadvertently revealed was enough to make Lin Feng feel despair. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, "Did something happen that caused Lord Evil God's temperament to change?" "You have too many questions. A person who is about to die shouldn't ask so many questions." The evil god coldly looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was communicating with the mysterious box. Since the box had brought him here, he had no choice. Lin Feng felt that the mysterious box might be able to save his life. This was his only chance at survival. Thus, Lin Feng was doing his best to delay the evil god. He hoped that the evil god would take action later. The later the evil god took action, then Lin Feng's chances of survival would be higher. Curiosity won't disappear just because I'm about to die. Lin Feng said, "Ha ha." The evil god suddenly laughed. He said, "You're an interesting person. I've met many people, but you're the only one I find interesting. I'm even a little reluctant to kill you." Lin Feng said, "That's great. Letting someone live is better than building a 7-story pagoda." The evil god sneered. However, I really want to eat your soul, Origin. That's why I'm conflicted. Thus, after some consideration, I still want to kill you." Seeing Lin Feng's calm expression, the evil god asked in astonishment, "Don't you feel disappointed?" Lin Feng said, "Of course not. I didn't have much hope that you would let me live." "Then die." The evil god said coldly, said Daimon icily. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng hurriedly stopped him. "Wait." The evil god said coldly, "What? Do you still have something to say?" "Before I die, I want to ask you one more question," Lin Feng said. He looked calm, but he was actually very nervous. This was because he had tried to communicate with the mysterious box time and time again. However, he failed again and again. This caused Lin Feng's mood to sink to the bottom. It was abnormally terrible. If the mysterious box did not help him now, only death would await him. Lin Feng felt an urge to crush the mysterious box with his foot. This fellow had kidnapped him and brought him here, but after encountering danger, it did not come out and acted like a coward. This was too much of a scam. Thus, Lin Feng continued to find topics to delay the evil god. "Why do you have so many questions?" The evil god looked coldly at Lin Feng. However, he did not kill Lin Feng. Evidently, he agreed to let Lin Feng continue asking him questions. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before asking, "Why are there so many titles in the world, such as the fire god, evil god, water god, and so on, all called gods, but their strength far surpasses that of gods?" "I heard that it's because these people have these titles before they become powerful. Once they become powerful, they either get used to these titles or they like these titles, so they are unwilling to change their titles. Is that the reason?" The evil god sneered. "There's such an explanation? I wonder which idiot first came up with such a theory." Lin Feng asked, "If it's not one of those reasons, then what is it?" The evil god said coldly, "Originally, when there were no immortals in the world, and there were no pre-celestial beings, those powerful pre-celestial beings were called gods. Every god had a title, and that title was either a god or an emperor. For example, the title of the fire god. The first fire god was called Zhu Rong, the second fire god was called Li Mei, and the third fire god was called Yan Chang. The fire god was passed down from generation to generation. Not only the fire god, but also the water god, the evil god, and some other emperors such as the great Emperor Zhenwu were all titles passed down from generation to generation. The evil god was the same. Chapter 27:10. The evil god's words were very simple and easy to understand. The evil god looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Now that I've answered your question, you can die." Lin Feng still hadn't been able to successfully communicate with the mysterious iron box. How could he fight against the evil god at this time? He hurriedly said loudly, "I still have a question. I hope Senior Evil God can answer." The evil god said coldly, "I no longer have the patience to answer your question. Now you must die. I don't want to continue chatting with you." Rumble, the evil god raised his right palm and slapped towards Lin Feng. When the terrifying palm slashed through the void, there was a violent sound of friction. It was as if an ancient mountain had slashed through the void. It was impossible to imagine how terrifying the power of this palm was. Facing this palm, Lin Feng found that he couldn't avoid it at all. His heart was filled with astonishment. The evil god's attack was too terrifying. Was he really going to die at the hands of the evil god? Lin Feng was extremely unwilling. How many dangers had he experienced over the years? When had he not turned the tables? But this time, Lin Feng really didn't know how to fight against the evil god. Because since this evil god had inherited the title of evil god, it meant that this guy was very likely in existence before the immortal ancient times. This was because the title of God gradually disappeared after the Master of Gods created a new cultivation system. That was after the immortal ancient times. This era was an extremely important turning point. It was the immortal ancient times. Before the immortal ancient times, it was the era when sentient life forms ruled the heavens. The Great War between sentient life forms led to the fall of sentient life forms. Although the era of sentient life forms ended, the heavens fell into turmoil. Every world had its own cultivation system. Cultivation also entered an unprecedented period of decline. The rise of the Master of Gods brought the world of cultivators, which had been on the verge of decline, back onto the right path of cultivation. Why was the sovereign of the Emperor clan called the Master of Gods? Actually, this was the reason. Although the era of sentient life forms had ended, a new cultivation system hadn't been born. During this period, some of the newly risen powerhouses inherited the title of God. As such, the beings that ruled over the world were still these powerful gods. This ancestor of the sovereign emperor clan rose to prominence. The titled gods all submitted. Therefore, this ancestor of the sovereign imperial clan was known as the Lord of Gods. There were also some Taoist scriptures that called him the Lord of Gods. After becoming the Lord of the Gods, this ancestor of the sovereign emperor clan began to create a new cultivation system. This was something that would last for 1,000 years. This was because the Master of Gods was definitely one of the top 10 figures in this era's history. Lin Feng was the descendant of the Master of Gods. Perhaps this evil god knew Lin Feng's ancestor, the Master of Gods. Thinking up to this point, Lin Feng hurriedly shouted, "My ancestor is the Lord of Gods. For my ancestor's sake, how about letting me go?" "What? Your ancestor was the Lord of Gods?" Evil God was shocked. He stopped and began to examine Lin Feng. He couldn't believe that Lin Feng had such an extraordinary identity. But soon, he sneered, "So you really are the descendant of the Lord of Gods. You have that clan's bloodline." Previously, the evil god had looked down on Lin Feng, so he hadn't carefully observed Lin Feng's situation. Given the evil god's strength, it was very easy to find out Lin Feng's real situation. He had just used a special method to investigate and discovered Lin Feng's bloodline inheritance. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know what this special method was. The evil god hadn't revealed it, but it was definitely an extremely powerful method. Even Lin Feng hadn't grasped a method to investigate someone else's bloodline. From this, one could see how shocking the evil god's method was. When Lin Feng saw the evil god stop, he sighed and said, "You know my ancestor? He's the descendant of an old friend. Not only can you not kill him, but you should also take care of him. If you have any treasures, abilities, and so on, give them all to me. The more, the better." Evil God laughed coldly and said, "Are you daydreaming? I was actually thinking about how to torture you." Lin Feng's mouth twitched. "You won't even let off the descendant of an old friend. You're really crazy." Descendant of an old friend. The evil god sneered. Although the Master of Gods ruled over the gods back then, not all of the titled gods submitted to the Master of Gods. Hearing this, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. The evil god was clearly trying to tell him something. He was one of the gods who hadn't submitted to the Lord of Gods. Cough, cough. Even if my ancestor didn't submit to me, there shouldn't be any grudges between us, right? Lin Feng laughed dryly. The grudge is huge. The evil god said coldly. In the era of titled gods, every cultivator fought hard to become a titled god. This was because every titled god could only be inherited by one cultivator. Any cultivator who could inherit a titled god's title was a high and mighty figure who looked down on the common people. However, your ancestor actually abolished the titled god realm and divided it into the middle stages of cultivation. This greatly reduced the status of titled gods in the hearts of cultivators. The status of titled gods like us wasn't as high as before, and the cultivators of the world no longer had to risk their lives to become titled gods. Because of this, many people unloaded the burdens in their hearts and got rid of their inner demons. More and more cultivators rose to prominence, and the best of them even reached the immortal realm. Their cultivation far surpassed the cultivation of titled gods like us. This was something unimaginable in the past. If it weren't for your ancestor, how could those people have achieved such extraordinary achievements? If it weren't for your ancestor, we titled gods would still be in limitless glory. It's because of your ancestor that we titled gods no longer had our former glory. Back then, we dreamed of killing your ancestor. Since we couldn't kill your ancestor, killing you would be our revenge. Lin Feng sneered. Since those ordinary cultivators could put down the burdens in their hearts, get rid of their inner demons, and improve their cultivation by a large margin, why can't you stronger titled gods face yourselves? So many titled gods have pledged allegiance to my ancestor and have made greater breakthroughs and achievements in their cultivation. However, you titled gods who didn't pledge allegiance to my ancestor are blaming the heavens and blaming others, pushing the blame to my ancestor. You are simply too stupid. My ancestor abolished the titled gods and established a new cultivation system, allowing the weakened world of cultivators to return to glory. Such a feat is something that you will never be able to achieve in your lifetime. You are destined to lick your wounds in the dark like a wounded lone wolf. You're simply a stupid and ignorant wretch. Boy, who do you think you are? How dare you humiliate me? I'll take your life. Chapter 27:11. The evil god was furious. Right now, he only wanted to slap this bastard who dared to humiliate him. That terrifying palm gave off a destructive aura as it smashed towards Lin Feng. Just as that palm was about to hit Lin Feng, at that moment, the mysterious metal box flew out of its own accord. Lin Feng had successfully established a connection with the mysterious metal box. Originally, the mysterious metal box didn't want to bother with Lin Feng, but Lin Feng threatened it. If he died, it wouldn't have a good ending when it fell into the hands of the evil god. You know my identity. When I become stronger, I might be able to help you do things that you want to do, but are difficult to do. The mysterious metal box had a spirit, and it heard Lin Feng's words. Thus, it successfully established a connection with Lin Feng once more. The evil god attacked Lin Feng, which was why the mysterious metal box flew out of its own accord to block the evil god's attack. Bang! The mysterious iron box's tyrannical attack landed on the mysterious iron box. Although the power of this attack was great, the mysterious iron box's attack was extremely powerful. Although the attack was powerful, the mysterious metal box was too strange. The powerful attack of the evil god was completely devoured by the mysterious metal box. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng smiled. The mysterious metal box was too powerful. It had blocked the evil god's attack. It seemed that with the mysterious metal box, it wouldn't be easy for the evil god to kill him. What the hell is this? The evil god's expression sank as he stared coldly at the mysterious metal box. The mysterious metal box made the evil god feel a bit uneasy, but that uneasiness quickly disappeared because the evil god was extremely confident in his own cultivation. I'll have an evil art. The evil god's voice was cold as he sent palm after palm at the mysterious metal box. When he attacked, he also used a powerful divine ability. It was the I'll have an evil art. It was abnormally powerful. He continuously slapped the mysterious metal box. The mysterious metal box was sent flying. The evil god's battle prowess was truly terrifying. he was able to suppress the mysterious metal box. Suppress. The evil god's voice was cold as he stepped forward. His hands formed a series of seals. A series of hand seals turned into a blinding evil glow. The spell seals flew towards the mysterious metal box in an attempt to suppress it. At this moment, the mysterious iron box underwent some changes. Cracking sounds could be heard. The mysterious iron box started to open on its own. However, the mysterious iron box was not that easy to open. Evil God wanted to seal the mysterious iron box faster. When the runes pressed down on the mysterious iron box finally opened a crack. The mysterious metal box contained the mysterious dismembered corpse. He didn't know whose body was placed inside. Lin Feng often felt that the mysterious iron box was terrifying. Actually, it wasn't the mysterious iron box itself that was terrifying. What was truly terrifying was the dismembered corpse inside the mysterious iron box. That was the source of the mysterious iron box's power. After the mysterious iron box was opened, a terrifying divine aura was released, which made everyone turn pale with fright. Crack! Crack! Cracking sounds could be heard as the runes that were suppressing the mysterious iron box were all shattered. Then, the mysterious iron box flew out and gently swept towards the evil god. With a loud bang, the evil god was actually swept away by the mysterious iron box. So strong. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The mysterious iron box was stronger than he had imagined. Originally, he thought that the mysterious iron box being able to resist the evil god was already the best result. He didn't expect the mysterious iron box to be able to send the evil god flying. The power of the mysterious iron box was truly terrifying. The evil god looked at the mysterious iron box in disbelief. He quickly retreated and pulled away from the mysterious iron box. The evil god didn't continue to attack. Instead, he looked at the mysterious iron box with a serious expression. He had already sensed that the mysterious iron box was very scary. It seemed to contain something terrifying. The mysterious iron box also didn't continue to attack the evil god. Lin Feng guessed that it would be difficult for the mysterious iron box to truly defeat the evil god. Therefore, it didn't continue to attack. Now, the mysterious iron box only needed to intimidate the evil god. There was no need to risk its life against the evil god. What's inside? The evil god looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. Something terrifying. Lin Feng said. He didn't tell the evil god exactly what it was. There was no need for him to explain. Moreover, the more mysterious the iron box was, the better. The more mysterious it was, the more intimidating it would be to the evil god, trying to mystify things. The evil god coldly looked at Lin Feng. Think whatever you want, evil god. If I'm not wrong, you should be a cursed life form, right? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes at the evil god. The evil god's expression sank slightly. How do you know? I once saw a cursed life form that was very similar to you. They were trapped in a certain place, unable to leave for eternity until they completely lost themselves. You didn't lose yourself, but you have already lost your nature. Being trapped here for countless years has caused you to go crazy. Lin Feng said, You know too much. This seat wants to kill you more and more. The evil god licked its scarlet tongue. Its gloomy eyes stared at Lin Feng, emitting an eerie aura. But you can't kill me, Lin Feng said with a calm expression. If it wasn't for the mysterious iron box, you would have died countless times, the evil god said with a sneer. But the key is that I have the mysterious iron box, Lin Feng said with a faint smile. Leave quickly. Don't disturb this seat here. The evil god said coldly. It knew that it couldn't kill Lin Feng, so it didn't intend to continue fighting. After all, it wouldn't benefit anyone to continue fighting. After being cursed, the evil god's consciousness would gradually sink and become lost. Therefore, the evil god needed great power. He needed great power to resist the strange power of laws that caused him to sink and lose himself. He couldn't be injured. Once he was injured, his resistance would be greatly weakened. It was very likely that he would no longer be able to resist the suppression of the power of laws. At that time, there might be no hope of dispelling the curse. Lin Feng didn't leave. Instead, he looked at the evil god and asked, "You were so powerful in the past. What cursed you?" Curses were strange and terrifying. Be it Fire Crow, Jun Moshio of the Heavenly Master bloodline, the Coffin Carrier, the evil god, or even himself, they were all cursed. What kind of existence could control such a powerful curse? How could it curse so many experts? Were there any connections between the living beings that unleashed the various curses? Lin Feng wanted to know. The evil god's pupils shrank slightly, as if it had recalled some unbearable past. Its breathing became ragged. Chapter 27:12. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. It won't do you any good. After a long time, the evil god finally calmed himself down and said coldly, "Don't worry." Lin Feng said, "Even the mighty evil god is so scared." "What do you know? Do you know how your ancestor, the Lord of Gods, died?" The evil god laughed strangely. Lin Feng frowned. He hadn't expected the evil god to mention his ancestor, the Lord of Gods, at a time like this. The Lord of Gods was someone from the immortal era, which had been more than 2,000 eras since then. One had to know that an era only had 3,000 eras. Even though Lin Feng already knew that the leader of gods was his ancestor, he didn't know much about what the leader of gods had gone through in his life. As for how the Lord of Gods had died, Lin Feng was even more clueless about that. "You know?" Lin Feng asked. The evil god laughed sinisterly. "Even someone as powerful as your ancestor was capable of killing him. That's why, kid, there are many unknown existences in this world that are extremely terrifying. As for you, you're just an ant. It's best if you don't ask around. You don't have the right to know. Any powerful cultivator starts from being weak to becoming strong. Sooner or later, I will surpass my ancestors." Lin Feng said indifferently. The evil god didn't tell Lin Feng the exact cause of his ancestor's death. Lin Feng knew that the evil god was deliberately not telling him. Of course, there was another possibility. Perhaps the evil god didn't know either. The evil god had only said those words to deceive Lin Feng. It's good to be confident, but if you're too blindly confident, you'll be stupid, the evil god mocked. Buzz. At this time, the mysterious iron box suddenly emitted a violent wave of energy. Next, the box flew into the depths of the cave. Lin Feng was shocked. The mysterious box had taken the initiative to act strangely. It seemed that something was about to happen. Lin Feng knew that the mysterious box needed something in this area. It seemed that it was in the evil god's lair. What exactly had attracted the mysterious box to this place? This made Lin Feng feel very strange. The belly of the mountain was huge, and the mysterious metal box flew into the depths of the mountain. Lin Feng saw a tunnel in the depths of the mountain. The passageway was extremely deep, and no one knew where it led to. Lin Feng followed the mysterious iron box into the tunnel. "It's best if you don't go to that place." Evil God sneered. He also followed behind, but did not get too close. Moreover, he was on guard. "What is in the depths of the cave?" Lin Feng asked. "I don't seem to have the obligation to tell you this," the evil god said coldly. It wasn't easy to get information from Daimon, so Lin Feng decided to ignore Daimon for the time being. He followed behind the mysterious metal box and headed into the depths of the cave. A stone chamber appeared in the depths of the mountain. The stone room was sealed by a stone door. The mysterious iron box slammed into the stone door. Clang, clang, clang. Sounds of violent collisions could be heard. The mysterious iron box hit the stone door again and again. After over 100 collisions, kacha, kacha, cracks appeared on the stone door. How violent! Evil God muttered in the distance. He seemed very dissatisfied with the mysterious iron box's actions. The mysterious iron box naturally didn't care about Evil God's opinion. It continued to hit the stone door. What is behind the stone door? Why is it attracting the mysterious iron box like this? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. The thing behind the stone door was definitely extraordinary. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted the mysterious iron box like this. Lin Feng couldn't help but look forward to seeing what was behind the stone door. Bang, bang, bang. The frequency of the mysterious iron box hitting the stone door increased. His strength was also getting stronger and stronger. Kacha, kacha. The stone door was also cracking more and more. Rumbling sounds could be heard. Finally, the stone door was smashed into pieces by the mysterious iron box. Then, the mysterious iron box quickly entered the stone chamber. Lin Feng followed it into the stone chamber. Instantly, Lin Feng saw a shattered stone statue in the stone chamber. The stone statue was of a man. He looked extremely valiant. Although the stone statue was shattered and its divinity had disappeared, when Lin Feng saw the stone statue, he still had the urge to kneel on the ground and worship the mysterious man. The feeling was so strong that it shocked Lin Feng. Who was that man? Now, it was just a broken stone statue. How could it make him feel that way? It was unbelievable. Lin Feng originally wanted to ask Evil God, but when he saw Evil God's shocked expression, Lin Feng knew that it was very likely Evil God's first time here. Although Evil God had always been here, he might have sensed the extraordinariness of the stone chamber and had never opened it. Lin Feng guessed that Evil God might know the identity of the stone statue's owner. However, after thinking about it, Lin Feng decided not to ask Evil God, because if he asked Evil God wouldn't answer him. Blood. Lin Feng looked at the blood stains on the stone statue. The blood still hadn't dried up, as if it had just dripped on the stone statue. He didn't know whose blood it was. When the mysterious iron box appeared in the stone chamber, the blood became even more enchanting. This blood is extraordinary, Lin Feng muttered to himself. Said Lin Feng to himself. When he saw the blood, his heart started pounding faster and faster. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. This blood was too extraordinary. Crack, crack. The mysterious iron box opened by itself. Finally, it opened a crack. Then, a powerful suction force surged out from the mysterious iron box. The blood on the stone statue flew toward the mysterious iron box. It's here for blood. Could the mysterious metal box contain? Evil God's eyes twitched violently. He seemed to have thought of something, and his expression became uncertain. Could the dismembered corpse and the blood belong to the same person? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. The mysterious iron box had entered such a dangerous place for the blood. It was easy for Lin Feng to connect the dots. What was the identity of the dismembered corpse in the mysterious iron box when he was alive? Lin Feng muttered to himself. He felt that the mysterious iron box was filled with too many mysteries. Lin Feng was extremely curious. However, Lin Feng had no way of finding out the secrets of the mysterious iron box. This feeling was like 100 claws scratching at his heart. After devouring the blood, the mysterious iron box closed by itself and flew toward Lin Feng. I'm leaving. Don't let those stone creatures outside make things difficult for me. Lin Feng said. Evil God gave Lin Feng a deep look and said, "I'll inform them. They won't make things difficult for you. Before I leave, I'll leave you with 4 words." "Which 4 words?" Lin Feng looked at Evil God in confusion. Chapter 27:13. Pray for your own good fortune? What do you mean? Lin Feng looked at the Evil God. Lin Feng didn't understand why Daimon had said those words to him. He didn't understand why Daimon had said those words to him. Lin Feng had no idea what was going on. However, the Evil God didn't intend to explain to Lin Feng. He just smiled and looked at Lin Feng with a gaze that was asking for a beating. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the Evil God. He quickly left. After arriving outside, the stone creatures looked coldly at Lin Feng. However, they didn't attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng guessed that something unknown had happened between the stone creatures and the Evil God. That was why they listened to the Evil God's orders. After leaving the stone forest, Lin Feng took a deep breath and returned to the celestial path to the heavens. The dark forest had disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng wouldn't be surprised no matter what appeared on the 2 sides of the heavenly path. Even if there was a passage to the heavenly realm, the chaotic Xianhuang realm, or the underworld, Lin Feng wouldn't be surprised. It's him. That person, a cultivator in the distance, saw Lin Feng and was very surprised. During this period of time, Lin Feng's portrait had spread across the heavenly path. Many people knew that several top experts were looking for Lin Feng's whereabouts. Now that Lin Feng had appeared, everyone was very surprised. Because they couldn't find Lin Feng for a long time, many people thought that Lin Feng had left the heavenly path. Therefore, during these few days, some experts who were searching for Lin Feng also left the heavenly path to search for Lin Feng's whereabouts outside. Of course, there were also some experts left in the heavenly path to search for Lin Feng's whereabouts. Some people thought that these big factions couldn't find Lin Feng because they thought that Lin Feng had already left this mysterious space. But now, Lin Feng appeared in front of everyone. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a man as handsome as me?" Lin Feng flew into the depths of the heavenly immortal path and said to a few cultivators who were looking at him. The few of them curled their lips. Someone said, "The practitioners of the yin-yang world, the dark world, the undead world, and the heaven realm are all looking for you. The immortal path to heaven and the outside world are very dangerous. Leave the space quickly. Otherwise, you will die." Lin Feng chuckled. "Running away isn't my style. Besides, why would I need to run when dealing with a bunch of small fries?" Several cultivators were dumbfounded. Lin Feng's words were simply too arrogant. Lin Feng quickly left. Along the way, many cultivators saw Lin Feng. Many people were shocked. Lin Feng had appeared. After hearing the news, those big factions would definitely come quickly to kill Lin Feng. In many people's opinion, Lin Feng was dead for sure. Lin Feng didn't care too much about these things. He had absolute confidence in himself. Now, Lin Feng had the stone sword in his hands. After taking out the stone sword, Lin Feng's battle prowess would soar dozens of times, or even more. With the stone sword, Lin Feng believed that he could kill any god or Buddha that stood in his way. Even the strongest geniuses of the heaven realm would find it difficult to fight against him. Lin Feng went to some mountain ranges that had shown signs of him. He wanted to look for opportunities in the mountain ranges. He was eager to find some extremely precious heavenly treasures, such as some immortal source, earth core immortal liquid, and other heaven-defying heavenly treasures. When the time came, he might be able to use these heavenly treasures to increase his cultivation. Unfortunately, such heavenly treasures weren't easy to find. Lin Feng went to a few mountain ranges, but he couldn't find any. In fact, Lin Feng had also thought of a way to break through to the giant god realm. That was to find a heavenly fire and refine it with the boundless energy brought by the heavenly fire. When the time came, he would definitely be able to break through. Unfortunately, Lin Feng had nowhere to look for the heavenly fire. Currently, he knew the whereabouts of two heavenly fires. One was the reincarnation immortal sex heavenly fire, the reincarnation everlasting fire. Lin Feng couldn't get his hands on this heavenly fire. That was the heavenly fire that the reincarnation immortal sect used to suppress the sect's destiny. The reincarnation immortal sutra was guarding it. Lin Feng couldn't snatch it away even if he wanted to. Although the reincarnation immortal sutra didn't reveal its strength normally, it was an immortal artifact. Lin Feng didn't know how terrifying its cultivation was. The other heavenly fire was the black flame god devouring fire. This heavenly fire was also the one that Lin Feng had been coveting for a long time. This was the heavenly fire left behind by the heavenly demon emperor. It was ranked 8th. Now, it was controlled by the heavenly demon emperor's son. The heavenly demon emperor's son had countless fortuitous encounters, and his cultivation base had increased tremendously. Killing him and seizing the black flame god-devouring fire was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Furthermore, the heavenly demon emperor's son was accompanied by a terrifying golden crow of the 3 races. That golden crow of the 3 races should be the Tao protector of the heavenly demon emperor's son. With that golden crow protecting the heavenly demon emperor's son, it would be even more difficult to kill the heavenly demon emperor's son. Therefore, the plan of using the heavenly fire to break through to the giant god realm was extremely difficult to achieve. There were countless fortuitous encounters in the immortal path to heaven. If he could find some heaven-defying treasures in the immortal path to heaven, the effects might not be as good as the heavenly fire. But at the very least, it could play an important role. At that time, he might be able to make use of those heaven-defying treasures to break through to the giant god realm. But the key was that Lin Feng couldn't find any of those heaven-defying treasures even after searching for a long time. These treasures weren't something that could be found just because one wanted to. They required luck. Without luck, it was impossible to find such treasures. Boom! A terrifying chi filled the air. A man came out of the celestial path and entered the mountain where Lin Feng was. Yinyang world. Qin Muyu. Someone recognized the identity of the newcomer and immediately exclaimed in surprise. Qin Muyu was one of the top geniuses in the Yinyang world. His strength could be described as unfathomable. During this period of time, he had been searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts, hoping to kill Lin Feng. And now, he had finally found Lin Feng. "Where are you? Come out and accept your death," Qin Muyu shouted coldly when he arrived at the mountain range. "That kid is indeed here. I saw him not long ago. I wonder where he is hiding now," a cultivator said. He had seen Lin Feng appear here before. "You don't dare to come out? Looks like you're scared out of your wits. But do you think you can escape by hiding? That's just wishful thinking." Qin Muyu's voice was extremely cold, and his tone was extremely arrogant. He didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. "Found him. He's there." Just then, someone shouted from afar. Everyone quickly flew over. Chapter 27:14. Damn, he's really the best of the best. He's the weirdest of weirdos. What kind of situation is this? Why is this guy eating barbecue so leisurely? Many cultivators were floating in the air. They were all staring at Lin Feng with their mouths agape. Lin Feng started a bonfire beside a pool. Then he killed a ferocious beast. Above the bonfire was a piece of golden barbecue meat that emitted a tempting fragrance. Lin Feng ate as if there was no one around. The corner of Qin Muyu's mouth twitched violently. He was provoking Lin Feng just now, hoping to force Lin Feng out. However, he did not expect that Lin Feng did not even flinch at him. Instead, he was barbecuing meat here. This made Qin Muyu go crazy with hatred. This was because Qin Muyu felt that Lin Feng was looking down on him. For a genius like Qin Muyu, what he cared about the most was his reputation. Everyone lived for their reputation. Buddha fought for an incense stick. Many people cared about their reputation. It could cause blood to stain 5 steps. Qin Muyu was an expert with the sword. He drew his sword and slashed at Lin Feng. Swoosh! A dazzling sword chi condensed and slashed at Lin Feng. The sword chi tore through the void, emitting an aura that was extremely shocking. The powerful attack pierced through the void. It instantly arrived in front of Lin Feng and slashed at Lin Feng. You're disturbing me from enjoying my delicacies. How despicable! Lin Feng flicked his finger and shattered the sword chi. Then he said in a dissatisfied tone, "What the hell is this guy thinking?" Many people could not help but roll their eyes. They really wanted to pry open Lin Feng's head to see what Lin Feng was thinking. Lin Feng was still so calm when a great enemy like Qin Muyu had arrived. It was as if he did not care about this matter at all. After all, this was Qin Muyu, an existence with shocking strength. Could it be that this guy had not heard of Qin Muyu's reputation? Many cultivators could not help but mutter in their hearts. They felt that it might be possible. If he had heard of Qin Muyu, he would not be so calm. Therefore, a cultivator whispered to Lin Feng, "Brother, that person is Qin Muyu." "I know. Hasn't this guy been looking for me? He seems to be someone from the Yinyang Great World, right?" said Lin Feng indifferently. He looked like a cloud in the wind. Qin Muyu looked glum. His eyes were filled with murder. Lin Feng had already infuriated him. The killing intent in his heart surged like a sea. "You reckless fool! Today, I will chop off your head. I will avenge Su Xiansha and the others," Qin Muyu said in his voice. "What is your relationship with Su Xiansha and the others?" Lin Feng asked. "They both came from the same great world," Qin Muyu said with an indifferent expression. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes speechlessly. He sneered and said, "You are really arrogant. Since this has nothing to do with you, get lost quickly, and you can still keep your life. If you continue to jump around in front of me, I will let you accompany Su Xiansha." Yinyang sword technique. Qin Muyu sneered and charged towards Lin Feng. Obviously, he was using his actions to answer Lin Feng's question. Lin Feng had a personal feud with Su Xiansha and the others. Therefore, life and death were up to fate. Qin Muyu had nothing to do with Su Xiansha and the others, but he had come to kill Lin Feng. Could it be that he wanted to avenge Su Xiansha and the others, whom he did not know? How was that possible? Lin Feng guessed that there were only 2 reasons why Qin Muyu wanted to kill him. The first reason was that Qin Muyu wanted to establish his position among the cultivators of the Yinyang Great World by killing him. The second reason was that Qin Muyu heard that he had many powerful magic treasures or treasures of heaven and earth. He wanted to kill him and take his treasures. Everyone in the world was after benefits. Everything happened for a reason. It made people take a huge risk to do something without any benefits. Who would do such a thing? No one in this world would be stupid enough to do such a thing. Qin Muyu's Yinyang sword technique was very powerful. Sword chi shot out. The dense sword chi slashed towards Lin Feng. A light flashed in Lin Feng's right hand, and a black war spear appeared in his hand. He waved the war spear and swept it towards the sword chi. Clang, 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 a series of violent collisions were heard. The sword Qi was directly shattered by Lin Feng. Yin and yang of heaven and earth divided into two. Yin and yang are two extremes, and the cycle is endless. Qin Muyu's voice was cold. He held his sword and charged towards Lin Feng. His body actually split into two. The other Qin Muyu looked exactly the same as the original Qin Muyu. The two Qin Muyus kept moving. It was so dazzling that it was difficult to tell which one was the real Qin Muyu. Yin sword breaking moon. Yang sword cutting heaven and earth. Suddenly, the two Qin Muyu attacked at the same time. The Qin Muyu on the left slashed out with his sword, and a black moon appeared. The Qin Muyu on the right slashed out with his sword, and a scorching sun appeared. Black moon and scorching sun. It formed the cycle of yin and yang. The two Qin Muyu leaped up and turned into a huge yin-yang diagram. It charged towards Lin Feng. Sword technique combined with the great yin-yang technique. Lin Feng looked at Qin Muyu in shock. Qin Muyu's divine ability was very powerful, but in Lin Feng's eyes, there was a flaw. Lin Feng leaped up and held the war spear with both hands. Then he fell from the sky. He smashed towards the yin-yang diagram formed by Qin Muyu. Bang! That tyrannical attack slammed into the yin-yang diagram. In an instant, Qin Muyu's yin-yang diagram was beaten back to its human form by Lin Feng. The illusory Qin Muyu disappeared without a trace. Qin Muyu's body flew out, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Go to hell! Lin Feng sneered. He held the war spear and strode towards Qin Muyu in the void. The war spear in his hand pierced towards Qin Muyu. Lin Feng's attack was too powerful. The spear pierced through the void. Qin Muyu wanted to block Lin Feng's attack, but it was too late. Puff! The sound of flesh tearing could be heard. Lin Feng's spear pierced through Qin Muyu's chest. Then Lin Feng held the war spear in one hand and lifted Qin Muyu into the air. His right hand shook. Bang! Qin Muyu's body exploded. Qin Muyu was scared out of his wits. He died on the spot. Qin Muyu is dead. Oh my God, Qin Muyu has such a powerful cultivation, but he died just like that. It's a one-sided battle. That guy is too terrifying. Even an expert like Qin Muyu was easily killed by him. I really don't know how this guy cultivates. He's simply heaven-defying. Could he really be a cultivator from the chaotic Xianhuang world? The surrounding cultivators who were watching the battle started discussing. Chapter 27:15. Qin Muyu's death caused quite a commotion because Qin Muyu was famous and his cultivation was abnormally terrifying. On the other hand, Qin Muyu was easily killed by Lin Feng. This allowed everyone to have a more direct understanding of Lin Feng's cultivation. The top geniuses of the heaven realm may be able to suppress him, but the cultivators of the other worlds will find it difficult to suppress this person. A cultivator said so. Many people agreed with this point of view. Perhaps there are some top geniuses in the undying realm who can suppress him. Then someone said, although the undying realm was not one of the three supreme realms, it was still the number one great world among the 3,000 great worlds. It was rumored that even in this era where cultivation was declining, there were still immortals in the undying realm. From this, it could be seen how extraordinary the undying realm was. There were many geniuses in the undying realm. The strength of some of the top geniuses was not much weaker than the geniuses of the heaven realm. Of course, we can't forget the cultivators of the underworld. Someone continued. Hearing the words underworld, many cultivators could not help but frown. Many people were unwilling to talk about the underworld. Of course, there was a reason for this. The underworld was too strange and terrifying. It was a place where the dead went. Therefore, cultivators were unwilling to talk about the underworld, nor were they willing to have any interaction with the cultivators of the underworld. because many people felt that it would bring bad luck. In a world where ghosts and gods appeared, there was no such thing as superstition. Since everything existed, it was reasonable. Soon news spread. Some cultivators of the Yin great world sent back what happened on the immortal path to heaven. A few top experts of the Yin great world would descend. Those experts were all cultivators who had entered the mysterious space to cultivate 3,000 years ago. Their strength was abnormally tyrannical. Now that 3,000 years had passed, no one knew how terrifying the strength of those cultivators had reached. However, one could imagine that they must be extremely terrifying. The Undying Realm also sent out experts. Zhao Yu of the Zhao family contacted a few top experts of the Undying Realm to kill Lin Feng together. The 11 Dark Knights of the Dark World gathered together. This was a force that no one dared to ignore. These Dark Knights were abnormally tyrannical and terrifying. Of course, the most terrifying ones were the cultivators from the Heaven Realm. The experts from the Hellion family of the Heaven Realm's immortal race threatened to tear Lin Feng into pieces. However, just like last time, these experts were unable to find Lin Feng on the heavenly immortal path. The last time they couldn't find Lin Feng, it was because Lin Feng had entered the stone forest. This time, he was unable to find Lin Feng because Lin Feng had entered a mysterious cave to cultivate. This immortal's cave was most likely left behind by an ancient cultivator. There was nothing precious left in the cave. It was obvious that the ancient cultivator had taken everything of value with him before he left. However, there was a spirit spring in this cave. The spirit spring was only the size of a thumb and was not particularly thick, but the spirit spring water was incomparably pure. Moreover, the spirit spring also contained a very strange energy. Lin Feng drank a mouthful of the spirit spring, and his body absorbed the strange energy contained within the spirit spring. In an instant, Lin Feng felt as if there was a ball of flame burning within his body. He was very surprised. This spirit spring was extraordinary. Therefore, Lin Feng planned to cultivate in the cave for a period of time. Cultivation knew no time. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed. Lin Feng would refine the spirit spring every day. This spirit spring had an extremely important effect on consolidating one's cultivation. After refining this spirit spring, Lin Feng's realm became extremely stable. Moreover, between Lin Feng's eyebrows, there was a flash of tribulation light. This meant that Lin Feng could already try to break through to the giant god realm. If he went out now, he would be able to activate the tribulation light between his eyebrows and attract the lightning tribulation. However, Lin Feng would not do this. He needed heaven-defying treasures to provide the energy needed to break through. This kind of energy must be refined in a short period of time. This was because Lin Feng needed too much energy. Things like high-grade origin crystals could not be used at all. This was because Lin Feng needed an extremely large amount of energy stored in origin crystals to break through. Maybe Lin Feng had been able to break through because he had so many source crystals in the mountains. But the key was that when breaking through, Lin Feng did not have so much time to constantly refine origin crystals. Once the energy supply was insufficient, when the tribulation failed, he would inevitably end up dead. However, some heaven-defying treasures were different, or a fist-sized treasure contained pure energy that could reach the energy contained in several mountain peaks of high-grade origin crystals. However, such heavenly treasures were simply too rare. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he heard a very shocking piece of news. It was said that in the depths of the immortal path to heaven, near the passage to the heaven realm, a huge lake had appeared. There was endless, immortal light surging out of the lake. It was very likely that some immortal treasure was hidden. After hearing this news, Lin Feng quickly flew towards the immortal path to heaven. With such fierce, immortal light surging out, there might be something like an immortal pill in the lake. If he could not obtain a heaven-defying treasure, if he could obtain an immortal pill, Lin Feng could also break through to the giant god realm. Now, many cultivators who had received the news had already flown towards the lake, wanting to enter and fight for the opportunity. If they could really obtain an opportunity from it, they would definitely benefit for life. Not long after, Lin Feng arrived at the periphery of the lake. Roar! The roar shook the heavens and the earth, for cultivators were fighting with an evil dragon. Many cultivators were standing in the periphery of the lake, watching the battle. Lin Feng asked around and found out that the lake was extremely dangerous. There were many terrifying fierce beasts. Entering, it was very likely to be attacked by fierce beasts. Those extremely powerful cultivators had already joined forces to enter the lake to search for immortal treasures. Now, some people joined forces and tried to enter the lake. However, not long after entering the lake, they were attacked by an evil dragon. The evil dragon was 1,000 meters long. Its methods were shocking and could spit out all kinds of powerful attacks: lightning, hailstones, cold snow, water swords, and so on. Moreover, it also knew some powerful divine abilities. The strength of the 3 or 4 cultivators was also extremely powerful. They joined forces and fought fiercely with the evil dragon. As time passed, the evil dragon gradually fell into a disadvantage. The evil dragon was psychic. After discovering that it was no match for the 4 cultivators, it wanted to escape. However, the evil dragon was unable to get rid of the 4 cultivators and was eventually killed by them. Just as the 4 cultivators were about to enter the depths of the lake. Chapter 27:16. Everyone looked towards the depths of the lake and was shocked. A ferocious beast flew out from the depths of the lake. Its appearance was extremely strange. It looked like a cow, but its entire body was gray. It had no horns and only one leg. When it appeared, a storm started in the lake. The ferocious beast shone brightly, as if the sun and the moon had merged together. It was extremely blinding and filled with a sense of holiness. Its roar was as deafening as the thunder. The legendary Kuei cow. Suddenly, a cultivator exclaimed. Lin Feng was shocked as well. He thought of a piece of content recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. The Classic of Mountains and Seas. Legend of the Kuei cow. There was a strange beast that looked like a cow. It had one leg and no horns on its head. It was gray in color, and there was always wind and rain when it entered the water. Later on, the Yellow Emperor obtained this beast and used its skin to make drums. He also used the bones of the Thunder Beast as drumsticks to beat the drums. The sound of the drums could be heard from 500 miles away, intimidating the enemy and conquering the world. Many of the birds and beasts recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas had long disappeared from the world. Therefore, many people thought that the birds and beasts recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas were fictional. For example, the Kuei cow was fictional, because in the long years, no one had seen the real Kuei cow. But now, the Kuei cow had really appeared. This is an extremely ancient living being. I didn't expect to see such a spirit beast today. I thought that the Kuei cow was just a legend, but now I see it with my own eyes. This is really an eye-opener. Many people lamented. The appearance of the Kuei cow had shocked everyone. Boom! After the Kuei cow appeared, it immediately attacked the 4 cultivators in the lake. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning gathered, and all of them attacked the 4 cultivators. Kill! The 4 cultivators were extraordinary. They had just killed the evil dragon not long ago, so they were very confident. Now that they roared, they charged towards the Kuei cow. But they underestimated the Kuei cow's strength. The Kuei cow was simply too terrifying. The wind, rain, thunder, and lightning that it summoned could destroy the heavens and the earth. The thick bolts of lightning shattered the void. They enveloped the 4 cultivators. Bang, 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 bang. The lightning bolts struck the 4 cultivators, causing their bodies to explode and die on the spot. The Kuei cow, on the other hand, devoured the sole origin of the 4 cultivators. What a ferocious beast! Many people were horrified. The battle prowess displayed by the Kuei cow was too terrifying, causing many cultivators to be shocked. Isn't the Kuei cow an auspicious beast? Now, it seems like the rumors. A cultivator said, changing his opinion of the Kuei ox. Now, he no longer felt that the Kuei ox was an auspicious beast. It should be a berserk beast. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. According to the classic of mountains and seas, the Kuei ox was an auspicious beast. However, the Kuei cow that appeared in front of him was not even close to an auspicious beast. See, there were several. The 6 styles: Kuei, 1-foot Kuei walk. But more ancient books said that Kuei was a snake-like monster. Kuei is a divine charm, like a dragon with 1 foot. Moo. The Kuei cow let out a low roar as its cold eyes swept across the cultivators standing outside the lake. Whoosh! A cultivator flew towards the lake and entered it. It was a cultivator with a halberd in his hand. Someone recognized the cultivator's identity. His name was Yang Xianlong, and it was said that he was a cultivator from the Heaven Realm. I heard that this person is from the Shinko mansion of the Heaven Realm. Someone said, revealing the identity of this cultivator. Lord Xiansheng was a peerless and invincible existence. Shinko's name was Yang Jian. He was born with 3 eyes, so he was also called Erlangshen. Back then, when the great sage, Heaven's Equal, wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace. Shinko had once fought with the great sage, Heaven's Equal. Even someone as powerful as the great sage, Heaven's Equal, was only on par with Shinko. Now that countless years had passed, Shinko had long turned into a pile of dirt. The Heaven Realm was no longer the Heaven Realm of the past. However, Shinko's orthodoxy had not been extinguished, and there were still descendants in the world. Yang Xianlong was one of Shinko's descendants. Like his ancestor, Yang Xianlong also used a halberd as a weapon. Boom! Endless divine lightning struck down. It charged towards Yang Xianlong. He wanted to kill Yang Xianlong. Yang Xianlong suddenly swept the halberd in his hand. Clang, 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 clang. A series of violent collisions rang out, and sparks flew in all directions. Yang Xianlong broke through the Kuei cow's attack, then turned into a ray of light and quickly rushed into the depths. The Kuei cow did not chase after Yang Xianlong. Perhaps it felt that Yang Xianlong was not to be trifled with. Thus, he did not continue to attack Yang Xianlong. So, following that, a few more experts joined forces and charged towards the lake. A total of 7 people. The Kuei cow attacked again, wanting to stop these experts. However, these experts were very terrifying. They broke through the Kuei cow's attack and entered the lake. There were people constantly entering, some succeeding, some failing. All the cultivators who failed were killed by the Kuei cow. Someone wanted to kill the Kuei cow and wanted to join forces with others to kill it. In the end, a group of cultivators successfully killed the Kuei cow. However, something terrifying happened at this moment. The Kuei cow actually came back to life. Everyone was taken aback by this. No one expected the Kuei cow to be able to come back to life. The resurrected Kuei cow was even more powerful. It broke through everyone's attacks and then started a massacre. Many people died at the hands of the Kuei cow. The Kuei cow would devour the soul source of all the dead cultivators. Undying body. Lin Feng frowned. He felt that this Kuei cow was very strange. Why did it have an undying body? Could it be that the Kuei cow was also cursed? Was that why it became an undying body? Or perhaps there was another possibility. This was a terrifying ability of the Kuei cow. Lin Feng walked towards the depths of the lake. The Kuei cow's expression was cold as it directly soared into the sky and trampled towards Lin Feng. The void instantly shattered. The Kuei cow's attack was simply too powerful. Chapter 27:17. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he faced the Kuei's attack with a punch. Bang! Accompanied by a violent collision sound, Lin Feng's tyrannical punch directly smashed onto the Kuei's hoof. The Kuei's huge body was directly sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Lin Feng wasn't afraid of any creature in a contest of physical strength. Even if it was the Kuei cow with extraordinary talent, he was not afraid at all. Am I seeing things? That guy actually sent the Kuei flying with one punch? Some cultivators exclaimed in disbelief. They couldn't believe their eyes. The Kuei was such a terrifying creature, yet it was sent flying with one punch. Was that guy really human? How could his physical body be so terrifying? It's him. I recognize who he is. He's the cultivator, wanted by the heavenly realm, undying realm, dark realm, and yin-yang realm. He has been missing for more than half a year. I didn't expect him to appear again. A cultivator recognized Lin Feng and exclaimed. This cultivator had probably seen Lin Feng's portrait before, so he recognized Lin Feng's identity. In this half a year, many new cultivators entered the heavenly path. These cultivators hadn't seen Lin Feng's portrait, but they had heard of Lin Feng. Now that they heard that cultivator just pointed out Lin Feng's identity, everyone was extremely shocked. They didn't expect that the cultivator wanted by the four realms would be so young. No wonder this cultivator dared to kill the cultivators of the four realms. His cultivation was indeed too strong. Before these cultivators could react, Lin Feng had already entered the lake. The lake was very large, with blue waves rippling as far as the eye could see. This time, Lin Feng came to find the heaven-defying heavenly treasures or immortal pills he needed to help him break through to the giant god realm. Lin Feng hoped to find these things here. It had been almost a year since he entered this mysterious space. Back then, Dugya had told Lin Feng he could cultivate in this mysterious space for a year. Therefore, there wasn't much time left for Lin Feng. They were about to leave this mysterious space. If he was still unable to break through to the giant god realm before he left, then he would have no choice but to leave. In that case, he could only think of a way after he got out. Of course, Lin Feng hoped to break through here because there were many opportunities on the heavenly path. If it wasn't easy to break through to the giant god realm here, after going out, it would be even more difficult to find the treasures needed to break through to the giant god realm. One after another, more and more cultivators entered the lake. Many of them were heading towards the depths of the lake. Lin Feng saw some cultivators fighting one another. They were probably fighting over some treasures. He also saw some cultivators fighting ferocious beasts. There were many beasts in the lake. Some ferocious beasts were extremely powerful. Those ferocious beasts attacked one after another, wanting to hunt down the cultivators and devour their soul source. After devouring a cultivator's soul essence, the ferocious beasts here seemed to be able to greatly increase their strength. Roar! Suddenly, A deep roar resounded through heaven and earth. Splashing sounds could be heard. A ferocious beast drilled out of the lake, flapped its huge wings, and attacked Lin Feng. It turned out to be a winged dragon about 100 meters long. This winged dragon spewed out a large amount of dragon breath. Dragon breath was an extremely terrifying attack. It was one of the dragon clan's innate divine abilities. Facing the winged dragon's dragon breath, Lin Feng didn't fight it head-on. He dodged the winged dragon's dragon breath. At this time, the winged dragon's wings suddenly flapped. Suddenly, a dense number of huge wind blades flew out, tearing through the void and slashing towards Lin Feng. The winged dragon's attack was really powerful. Dragon breath, wings, they were all powerful attack methods of the winged dragon. In the distance, when the cultivators saw the winged dragon attacking Lin Feng, they were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they hurriedly fled. Those cultivators were worried that the winged dragon would attack them after killing Lin Feng. This winged dragon was one of the top ferocious beasts. Lin Feng used the white tiger aura to block the winged dragon's wind blades. Then, he quickly charged towards the winged dragon and fought it. The two sides fought for dozens of rounds, but there was no clear winner. Lin Feng finally got rid of the winged dragon. Perhaps because Lin Feng and the winged dragon fought, Lin Feng's body was stained with the winged dragon's aura. So many ferocious beasts didn't attack Lin Feng when they saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng arrived at the bottom of the lake without any problems. In the depths of the lake, there was a primitive island. From time to time, the roars of beasts could be heard on the primitive island. Cultivators entered the primitive island one after another. The immortal treasure is in the deepest part of the island. Many people have gone there. Let's go take a look. I'm very curious what the immortal treasure is, a cultivator said, and quickly flew towards the depths of the primitive island. Lin Feng also flew towards the depths of the primitive island. Before long, he arrived at the depths of the island. There were 4 pitch-black demonic mountains in the depths of the island. 4 pitch-black demonic mountains surrounded each other, forming a gigantic abyss. Many cultivators hovered around the 4 demonic mountains, looking towards the depths. Some cultivators who had just arrived asked the cultivators who had come before them about the specific situation. There seems to be something wrapped in a ball of immortal light, but it shouldn't be a magic treasure. Perhaps it's a natural treasure. The immortal chi fluctuations it contains are too intense. Why hasn't anyone entered to fight for it? A cultivator asked. The 4 demonic mountains are very dangerous. The area has formed a no-fly zone, and there's also the power to distort space-time. Previously, someone couldn't resist and entered, but died in the end. The cultivator explained. When Lin Feng heard the cultivator's words, he couldn't help but ponder. It wasn't a magic treasure, but it had such powerful fluctuations. Could it be a heaven-defying natural treasure or an immortal pill? Now, Lin Feng hoped that it was one of these 2 things, because such an item could allow him to break through. Many powerful cultivators gathered around. Lin Feng even saw Ying Kaier. Back then, Lin Feng had eaten Ying Kaier clean. Thinking of the scene back then, Lin Feng still felt his heart skip a beat. This woman was a top-grade beauty. Ying Kaier seemed to have sensed something and turned her head towards Lin Feng's position. But Ying Kaier didn't see anything. That position was empty. What's going on? Ying Kaier frowned slightly. She felt that someone was spying on her from that position. But now, she didn't see anything. Chapter 27:18. This woman's perception is really strong. Lin Feng, who was hiding behind a big tree, couldn't help but mutter to himself. He didn't show himself. If this woman saw him, Lin Feng was worried that she would tear him apart alive. She was a fairy of the heaven realm, but her purity was taken away. Thinking of this, Inkai had the urge to tear Lin Feng into pieces. Boom! A powerful fluctuation came from afar. Terrifying creatures had arrived. They were all creatures from the immortal path to heaven. For example, winged dragon, kuei ox, three-headed demon lion, desolate heavenly crocodile, and other beasts had all arrived. Every beast could be said to be peerless and terrifying. These beasts were overlord-level beasts scattered all over the immortal path to heaven. These beasts probably wouldn't appear for ordinary opportunities, but an immortal treasure had appeared here, and it was very likely that it was an immortal treasure that could directly increase one's strength. These beasts couldn't sit still. They came to snatch the immortal treasure. Obviously, the fight for the immortal treasure this time would be extremely fierce. As for who would get it, it would depend on who was the strongest. With so many experts from so many worlds gathered here, plus so many powerful overlord-level beasts, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for anyone to get the immortal treasure from so many experts. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Everyone was waiting for the immortal treasure to appear again. No one dared to climb the 4 demonic mountains. It was too dangerous and covered with restrictions. It was incomparably terrifying. The abyss in the depths of the 4 demonic mountains represented death and despair. Boom! Waves of violent fluctuations surged out. Finally, the immortal treasure in the abyss made a move, shaking with powerful fluctuations. Not long after, a ball of immortal light surged out. Something mysterious could be vaguely seen in the immortal light, but no one knew what it was. The immortal treasure has appeared. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up, and their faces were filled with wild joy. Everyone was here for the immortal treasure. Seeing the immortal treasure, they naturally coveted it. The immortal treasure floated above the abyss formed by the 4 demonic mountains and didn't fly outside. Some cultivators couldn't hold back and quickly flew toward the demonic mountain. Boom! Soon, the cultivator's physical body directly exploded, because when that cultivator entered the range of the demon mountain, he was attacked by the restrictions. That cultivator was unable to withstand the powerful might of the restriction, and thus died under the attack of the restriction. However, the death of this cultivator did not stop the other cultivators from entering the Devil Mountain. Although the Devil Mountain was dangerous, there were still many cultivators who possessed powerful techniques. They didn't encounter any calamities and quickly climbed up the mountain. Even those powerful overlord-level beasts were climbing up the Demon Mountain. The temptation of immortal treasures was simply too great. It was enough to drive everyone crazy. However, there were also many people who died in the Devil Mountain. If one wasn't a top-notch expert or wasn't particularly proficient in grand arrays, they would inevitably face great danger after entering the Devil Mountain. Just like everything that was happening before his eyes, it was full of danger and horrifying. Cultivators were constantly dying within the Demon Mountain. Some of the more powerful cultivators could also die within the Demon Mountain if they were not careful. Such a dangerous place was filled with danger and crisis. One wrong step, and he might die without a grave. At this moment, there were huge battles breaking out on the peaks of the 4 demon mountains. There were battles between cultivators and ferocious beast overlords. There were also battles between cultivators and ferocious beast overlords. In order to fight for the immortal treasures, these powerful cultivators and overlords of the beasts attacked each other. However, if someone was free to try and obtain the immortal treasures, they would be attacked by the rest of the crowd. Therefore, if one wanted to obtain the immortal treasures at this time, they would need to have some special abilities. The battles were extremely tragic, and cultivators and overlords of the beasts were constantly falling. Lin Feng had also reached the peak of the Devil Mountain and used the Great Devouring technique. A devouring black hole was formed. The powerful devouring power suddenly sucked. The immortal treasures flew rapidly towards Lin Feng. "You're courting death," many cultivators and overlords of the beasts roared angrily and looked at Lin Feng with murderous eyes. "It's him, the cultivator wanted by the celestial realm, undying realm, Yin realm, and dark realm. He actually appeared. This guy is really bold. It's obviously unwise to snatch the immortal treasures now. He should at least wait until the battle is almost over. At that time, the cultivators and overlords of the beasts will either die or retreat. That's the best time to snatch the immortal treasures. With so many cultivators and overlords of the beasts attacking together, I'm afraid that kid is dead for sure." The cultivators watching the battle from the periphery discussed animatedly. As for the cultivators who attacked Lin Feng, many of them recognized Lin Feng's identity. This was especially true for the cultivators from the celestial realm, undying realm, dark realm, and Yin realm who wanted to kill Lin Feng. When they saw Lin Feng appear, their faces were filled with murderous intent. They had been looking for Lin Feng for a long time, but could not find Lin Feng. Now, they finally saw Lin Feng. Therefore, everyone attacked with all their might, wanting to kill Lin Feng. When Inkyre saw Lin Feng, she gnashed her teeth in hatred. Everything that happened in the past, even though it had been a long time, Inkyre still remembered it vividly and could not forget it. Now that Lin Feng had appeared, Inkyre naturally hated Lin Feng to the core. She wanted to take revenge. As for those overlords of the beasts, although they did not have much conflict with Lin Feng wanted to snatch the immortal treasures. In their eyes, he was simply courting death. They also spared no effort to kill Lin Feng. Their attacks blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they moved towards Lin Feng. Such a powerful attack was simply despairing. Perhaps only great emperors would be able to withstand it, if it was someone else who resisted such a powerful attack. At that time, they would definitely die. When the attacks were about to hit Lin Feng, swish! Suddenly, with a flash of light, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. When he appeared again, he had already appeared 100 meters away. At the critical moment, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique to avoid the calamity just now, and that immortal treasure was also devoured by Lin Feng with the Great Devouring Technique, one of the 3,000 Great Das. The immortal treasure was suspended in Lin Feng's palm. Looking at it from a close distance, Lin Feng finally knew what the immortal treasure was. It turned out to be a drop of immortal blood. Lin Feng guessed that this drop of immortal blood should be the origin blood of an immortal level expert. Although it was only a drop, it had an unimaginable divine effect. "Kid, hurry up and hand over the immortal treasure, otherwise you will definitely die today." Hundreds of peerless experts and 50 to 60 powerful overlords of the beasts surrounded Lin Feng, each of them filled with murderous intent. Surrounded by so many experts. Chapter 27:19. No matter who was in this situation, they would be in despair. No one would be able to escape from such a dangerous situation. However, it was impossible for Lin Feng to hand over the immortal blood, and he would never agree to it, facing the aggressive cultivators and the overlords of the ferocious beasts. Lin Feng opened his mouth and swallowed the immortal blood. "Ha ha! Everyone, the treasure has been swallowed by me. You can all leave now," Lin Feng said with a smile. Many people's mouths twitched. How could he still laugh at a time like this? Many people were impressed by Lin Feng's carelessness. Was this something an ordinary person could do? You are seeking death. The experts and the overlords of the ferocious beasts all let out furious roars. They looked at Lin Feng with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire, containing endless killing intent. Lin Feng had thoroughly angered these cultivators and beast overlords. "Kill him!" The cultivators and beast overlords all roared. Then all kinds of powerful attacks were unleashed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was already prepared. He naturally knew that he was no match for these cultivators and beast overlords. So Lin Feng just swallowed the immortal blood because he wanted to rely on it to break through. Breaking through to the giant god realm was extremely important. When breaking through, it would definitely attract a powerful lightning tribulation. When all kinds of lightning tribulation descended, he would be able to use it to destroy these cultivators who were attacking him. Lin Feng hurriedly activated the tribulation light in between his eyebrows. Streaks of tribulation light rose to the sky, disappeared into the clouds. Then, in the sky, lightning flashed, and the lightning tribulation began to brew. At this time, the cultivators and beast overlords' attacks were about to arrive. Great death substitution technique. Life and death were upon him. Lin Feng used the great death substitution technique and once again dodged the combined attack of the cultivators and beast overlords. At this time, the lightning tribulation had finished brewing, and the first lightning tribulation condensed into the shape of a mountain. This type of lightning tribulation was called the mountain tribulation. It descended from the sky and blasted towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng directly rushed towards the crowd. Hurry up and dodge. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators and overlords changed drastically. They all cursed Lin Feng for being despicable and shameless. He actually used the lightning tribulation to deal with them. Cultivators were generally unwilling to get involved in other people's lightning tribulations because it would easily attract their own lightning tribulations in advance. His cultivation wasn't high enough, and his savings weren't enough. However, the lightning tribulation had been drawn down in advance. This was definitely a disaster. At that time, he would definitely die a miserable death. Even if Lin Feng couldn't attract their thunder tribulation, the thunder tribulation itself had a powerful attack power. If they fought against Lin Feng's thunder tribulation, they might suffer. What if Lin Feng decided to take them down with him? Who would he cry to then? One by one, the cultivators and overlord wild beasts quickly fled. However, Lin Feng was simply too fast. Lin Feng quickly rushed into the crowd. Moreover, Lin Feng displayed 3 types of domineering aura. The 3 types of domineering aura stacked together could form a magnetic field. This was Lin Feng's newest ability. Normally, only Emperor realm cultivators could begin to grasp the power of magnetic fields. However, Lin Feng, who had 3 types of domineering aura, had also obtained this ability. This ability was extremely powerful. The magnetic field formed by the 3 types of domineering aura stacked together directly enveloped the surrounding cultivators and overlord wild beasts. In an instant, the surrounding cultivators and overlord wild beast speed was greatly reduced. Some of the weaker cultivators and overlord wild beasts couldn't even move an inch. At this time, Lin Feng's thunder tribulation descended. Lin Feng's thunder tribulation was extremely frightening. Previously, when he broke through to the heavenly god realm, Lin Feng's great reincarnation tribulation. The great reincarnation tribulation had a total of 3,275 lightning bolts. The power of each lightning bolt was extremely terrifying. This was because the great reincarnation tribulation was a tribulation that heaven-defying prodigies would only undergo when they broke through to the boundary emperor realm. Ordinary cultivators would probably die when they broke through to the boundary emperor realm and underwent the great reincarnation tribulation. Even for those heaven-defying prodigies, it was extremely dangerous to undergo the great reincarnation tribulation. It was easy to fail the tribulation. However, Lin Feng began to undergo the Great Reincarnation Tribulation when he was in the heavenly god realm. This was the most terrifying part. Now that Lin Feng had broken through to the giant god realm, the tribulation he would undergo would definitely far exceed the Great Reincarnation Tribulation. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know what kind of tribulation it would be. However, judging from the power of the first lightning bolt, Lin Feng knew that the tribulation this time would definitely be extremely frightening. Of course, with Lin Feng's accumulation, it would be difficult for the first lightning tribulation to hurt him. However, it might not be the same for the others. When Lin Feng's thunder tribulation enveloped the other cultivators and overlord wild beasts, about 20 cultivators and a dozen overlord wild beasts' thunder tribulations were also activated. No, those cultivators and overlord wild beasts screamed in horror. Their accumulation was not enough to withstand their own thunder tribulations. Now that the thunder tribulations were about to descend, almost all of them were dead. Now, these cultivators and overlord wild beasts hated Lin Feng to the core. They couldn't wait to eat Lin Feng's flesh and drink Lin Feng's blood. Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of thunder tribulations descended one after another. Those cultivators and overlord wild beasts' thunder tribulations came crashing down. In addition to Lin Feng's thunder tribulation, with so many cultivators and overlord wild beasts undergoing their tribulations together, all the thunder tribulations were connected. The power of the thunder tribulations increased by more than 100 times. All the cultivators and overlord wild beasts who were enveloped in the thunder tribulations were struggling to resist the power of the thunder tribulations. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was using the Great Disaster Technique. Bolts of thunder tribulations bombarded Lin Feng's body, but they were all devoured by the Great Disaster Technique. Not only did the thunder tribulations not hurt Lin Feng, but they were also constantly tempering Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng took out the stone sword. He moved through the thunder tribulations and slashed at those cultivators and overlord wild beasts one after another. Those cultivators and overlord wild beasts had to resist the magnetic field formed by Lin Feng's 3 chi auras. They also had to resist the attacks of the thunder tribulations. Now, they still had to resist Lin Feng's attacks. They couldn't handle it at all. Moreover, Lin Feng's stone sword was too powerful. With the stone sword in hand, Lin Feng was like a demon god from the primordial era descending to the world. Poof, poof. Tearing sounds could be heard one after another. One after another, powerful cultivators and overlord wild beasts were directly split in half by Lin Feng's stone sword. They died on the spot. Lin Feng seemed to have entered an unstoppable state. One sword strike could kill a powerful cultivator or overlord wild beasts. Heavens! Is he going to kill all the cultivators and overlord wild beasts? Chapter 27:20. Cultivators were constantly being killed. For those cultivators, the situation was extremely bad. It was not easy to escape now. Lin Feng's attack with the stone sword was too powerful, causing many people to feel a sense of despair enveloping their bodies. That feeling was too terrible, causing many people to be on the verge of despair. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of tearing could still be heard endlessly. More and more cultivators and beast overlords were killed by Lin Feng. As the lightning tribulation grew stronger, those cultivators and beast overlords who were forced to transcend the tribulation in advance gradually could not hold on. Their bodies exploded one after another, dying tragically on the spot. Not long after, more than half of the cultivators and beast overlords had died. Following the deaths of the cultivators and overlords of the ferocious beasts, the power of the lightning tribulation also gradually decreased, because the lightning tribulation of these cultivators and beast overlords dissipated with their deaths. As a result, only Lin Feng's lightning tribulation was left. Lin Feng's lightning tribulation alone was naturally not as powerful as the lightning tribulation of dozens of cultivators gathered together. As the power of the lightning tribulation decreased by a lot, some of the top experts finally got rid of the suppression of the lightning tribulation on their bodies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Some of the cultivators and beast overlords who were trapped by Lin Feng resisted the lightning tribulation's attack and got rid of the suppression of the magnetic field. They quickly rushed out. In the end, about 20 cultivators and a dozen beast overlords escaped. The remaining people were either killed by Lin Feng or killed by the lightning tribulation. Those cultivators and beast overlords who escaped floated in the void in the distance. All of them looked extremely pale. They were simply mad with hatred. With so many cultivators besieging Lin Feng, wouldn't it be easy to kill Lin Feng? However, in the end, they were defeated by Lin Feng, and most of them died. These people were incomparably sullen. They clearly had the strength to kill Lin Feng. Instead, they were schemed against by Lin Feng. If it wasn't for the lightning tribulation, in their opinion, Lin Feng would have died countless times. I really didn't expect this to happen. Yeah, I thought that kid was dead for sure, but I didn't expect him to kill over 100 powerful cultivators and ferocious beast overlords in the end. Every single one of those dead cultivators had extraordinary identities. They were all top-notch heaven's prides of their respective worlds. And yet, they had fallen here. If the major forces behind them were to find out about this, they would definitely go crazy. When cultivators fight, it's either you die or I die. If you die, you can only blame yourself for not having enough cultivation. You can't blame anyone else. But those big forces won't think that way. They'll definitely kill that brat. Many cultivators who were watching the show said, one after another. None of these cultivators had expected such an outcome. They were all waiting for Lin Feng to transcend the tribulation. If Lin Feng failed his tribulation, the cultivators and overlords of the ferocious beasts would not attack again. If Lin Feng were to succeed in his tribulation, those cultivators and overlords would most likely take action. At that time, Lin Feng would be in a weakened state. At that time, facing the attacks of so many powerhouses, wouldn't it be a dead end? The cultivators and overlords of the ferocious beasts who had just avoided the tribulation did not leave. Instead, they all looked at Lin Feng with murderous intent. They even hoped that Lin Feng would succeed in transcending the tribulation. If Lin Feng were to die during the tribulation, it would be too easy for Lin Feng. If he were to succeed, they would be able to attack and torture Lin Feng to their heart's content. Many people were already thinking about how to torture and humiliate Lin Feng. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying bolts of tribulation, lightning blasted towards Lin Feng. Each bolt of tribulation, lightning, contained a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. Lin Feng's tribulation was so powerful that it made the surrounding cultivators tremble in fear. Lin Feng bathed in the tribulation lightning and resisted it. The tribulation lightning grew stronger and stronger. It became more and more terrifying. The first 3,000 lightning tribulations were not able to harm Lin Feng. The tribulations after the third 1,000 were able to harm Lin Feng. Of course, Lin Feng's strength was extraordinary. Even though the Culpa lightning had injured him, he was still injured. Although the lightning tribulations were caused by the tribulation lightning, they were not fatal. At that moment, a true dragon condensed in the void. The true dragon roared at the sky and swooped down towards Lin Feng. This was the true dragon tribulation. It was an extremely terrifying tribulation lightning that was unusually powerful. Even if a heaven-defying cultivator were to undergo a boundary emperor tribulation, a true dragon tribulation might not necessarily appear. This is the 3,200th bolt of tribulation lightning. A true dragon tribulation has appeared. Is this guy going to undergo a great reincarnation tribulation? A cultivator said. There was a certain probability that a true dragon tribulation would appear during a great reincarnation tribulation. Did you guys sense his aura? He should have just broken through to the giant god realm. Is he going to undergo a great reincarnation tribulation? Although his cultivation realm isn't particularly high, his talent is monstrous and his combat strength is terrifying. It's not strange that he can attract a great reincarnation tribulation. Many cultivators discussed fervently a great reincarnation tribulation. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Several cultivators were floating in the northwest direction. One of them, a black-robed cultivator, had a faint smile on his face. It's already very heaven-defying to attract a great reincarnation tribulation after breaking through to the giant god realm. According to Brother Huang, is that kid's tribulation not a great reincarnation tribulation? A cultivator next to him said, "If I'm not mistaken, this kid's tribulation is exactly the same as mine." The black-robed young master said, "What? How is that possible?" The rest of them were shocked when they heard that. They knew very well how heaven-defying this black-robed cultivator was, even in the chaotic bound of Xianhuang realm. This existence. He was also known as the most talented prodigy in 1,000,000 years. When he was in the heavenly god realm, the people around him could easily defeat boundary emperor realm cultivators. When he broke through to the giant god realm, he even attracted a minor karmic tribulation. After breaking through to the giant god realm, he was invincible, except for great emperor realm experts. No one could suppress him anymore. And now, he actually said that the cultivator who was undergoing the tribulation was very likely to undergo a minor karmic tribulation. Didn't this mean that the cultivator who was undergoing the tribulation would also be so terrifying in the future? So heaven-defying? The black-robed cultivator laughed and said, "I hope this kid doesn't disappoint me. It's only interesting if there are more powerful people in the world. But now it's really too boring." At this time, the true dragon formed by the lightning tribulation had already swallowed Lin Feng. Is he dead? Chapter 27-21. Although the lightning dragon swallowed Lin Feng, it couldn't hurt Lin Feng at all. Lin Feng stood on the lightning dragon's abdomen and punched out. Bang! With a dull sound of collision, the lightning dragon's abdomen was shattered by Lin Feng's punch. Lin Feng managed to get out of the trap. "He's out," many cultivators exclaimed. Seeing Lin Feng come out, they were all shocked. Naturally, they didn't want to see Lin Feng get killed by the lightning tribulation just like that. The cultivators wanted to watch Lin Feng's battle against the cultivators and the overlord ferocious beasts after he passed the heavenly Kulpa tribulation. As for the cultivators and beast overlords who were lucky enough to escape the tribulation, they didn't want Lin Feng to die so easily. Therefore, those cultivators and ferocious beasts all hoped that Lin Feng would succeed. After the true dragon tribulation came the myriad demon tribulation. Ancient demons condensed and charged at Lin Feng. Shouted Lin Feng furiously, throwing himself at the 10,000 demons. Even the myriad demon tribulation couldn't kill Lin Feng. Soon, Lin Feng transcended 3,275 types of lightning tribulation. However, the lightning tribulation didn't dissipate. A new one was brewing. Isn't this the Great Reincarnation Tribulation? The Great Reincarnation Tribulation has 3,275 types of lightning tribulation, right? hasn't he transcended 3,275 types of lightning tribulation already? A cultivator asked doubtfully. It's obviously not the great reincarnation tribulation. Could it be the legendary minor karmic tribulation? A cultivator said in shock. The minor karmic tribulation was an even more terrifying type of lightning tribulation. It consisted of 4,999 types of lightning tribulation. Under normal circumstances, very few cultivators could attract a minor karmic tribulation. Even breaking through to the boundary emperor realm wouldn't attract a minor karmic tribulation. Minor karmic tribulation? Isn't that the legendary emperor tribulation? Many cultivators spoke. They had heard of minor karmic tribulations. Such tribulations would only descend when one broke through to the immortal emperor realm. From this, one could see how terrifying such tribulations were. Not everyone who breaks through to the Dichi layer will attract a small karma culpa, because when a cultivator breaks through to the Dichi layer, their karma culpa can't be the same. Among all kinds of karma culpa, the small karma culpa is definitely one of the best. A cultivator said, "That kid attracted a minor karmic tribulation right after breaking through to the giant god realm. Isn't that too heaven-defying? He's probably going to fail the tribulation this time, right?" Yeah, breaking through to the giant god realm, but having to undergo a minor karmic tribulation is just too difficult. To be able to draw down a minor karmic tribulation, one can see how monstrous that kid's talent is. But how could a giant god cultivator resist an emperor tribulation? Looks like there's no need for the cultivators and beast overlords to do anything, because that brat will soon die to the lightning tribulation. Many cultivators began discussing amongst themselves. They did not have much confidence in Lin Feng. The minor karmic tribulation was simply too terrifying. This was an emperor tribulation after all. If Lin Feng broke through to the quasi-emperor realm and attracted a minor karmic tribulation, although everyone would be extremely shocked, but after all, he was breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm. At this realm, the cultivator's life force would change. Perhaps he could rely on the change in life force to successfully resist the minor karmic tribulation. But the key was that Lin Feng was breaking through to the giant god realm, not the quasi-emperor realm. Breaking through to the giant god realm and wanting to resist the minor karmic tribulation. It was simply daydreaming. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Dying to the lightning tribulation is too easy for that brat, the cultivators and beast overlords who were prepared to attack Lin Feng. After Lin Feng underwent the tribulation looked extremely gloomy. They still wanted to ruthlessly torture and humiliate Lin Feng. But now it seemed that they would not have the chance. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, powerful lightning tribulation blasted towards Lin Feng. But Lin Feng resisted the various lightning tribulations that descended from the sky. Although the lightning tribulations were powerful, they could not cause fatal injuries to Lin Feng. Roar. The roar shook the sky as a chaos beast formed. In the sky, flames rolled as the chaos beast pounced towards Lin Feng. Many people were shocked. Chaos was a famous beast. This was a terrifying creature that was born from the flames. Its entire body was fiery red. It had no eyes or nose. It looked like a big meatball. But absolutely no one dared to underestimate this beast. The chaos beast was one of the most terrifying and ancient creatures since ancient times. "Kill!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. He rose up in the air and started fighting against the primal chaos beast. Lin Feng's physical body was almost torn apart, but in the end, Lin Feng killed the chaos beast. This is the 4,819th lightning tribulation. Many people exclaimed. When everyone knew that Lin Feng was going to transcend the minor karmic tribulation, They thought that Lin Feng might be obliterated by the lightning tribulation soon. But who would have thought that Lin Feng had gone through more than 1,000 lightning tribulations in a row without being obliterated? Now, there were more than 100 lightning tribulations left. Lin Feng was about to successfully transcend the minor karmic tribulation. When the time came, Lin Feng would break through to the giant god realm. How much would his cultivation improve after transcending the minor karmic tribulation? Just thinking about it made people feel shocked. A new lightning tribulation formed again. This time, it was an immortal palace. That immortal palace seemed to be the Lingxiao Palace of the heaven realm. It descended from the sky and suppressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked towards the palace. He looked like a demon. He threw a punch at the palace. Lin Feng continued to transcend the tribulation. Although the later lightning tribulations were getting stronger and stronger, the time he took to transcend each lightning tribulation would be longer, and his injuries would become more and more serious. But every time, Lin Feng persevered. Finally, there were only 10 lightning tribulations left. Is he really going to succeed in transcending the tribulation? This is a tribulation that only the great emperors would transcend. Many cultivators muttered to themselves, shocked in their hearts. The last 10 lightning tribulations will be incomparably terrifying. Perhaps they can obliterate him. A cultivator said, generally, these special lightning tribulations, such as the minor reincarnation tribulation, major reincarnation tribulation, minor karmic tribulation, major karmic tribulation, and so on, the power of the last 10 lightning tribulations would increase to a terrifying level. That kind of power was simply despairing. And now, Lin Feng began to face the last 10 lightning tribulations, which were also the most terrifying 10 lightning tribulations. Those cultivators who failed to break through to the great emperor realm were basically obliterated by the last 10 lightning tribulations. From this, it could be seen. How terrifying would the last 10 lightning tribulations be? If the king of hell wants you to die at midnight, he will not let you live until dawn. Suddenly, between heaven and earth, a gloomy voice suddenly resounded. Then, a cold wind swept through. The sky became dark. In the darkness, a mysterious door was opening. That door seemed to be the legendary Hell's Gate. Hell's tribulation. Could it be the legendary Hell's tribulation? After hearing the gloomy voice, a cultivator saw the door in the darkness and thought of some content about the lightning tribulations in the Taoist scriptures. He couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 27:22. The Hell tribulation was an extremely rare lightning tribulation. It was said that the Emperor tribulation was also a minor karmic tribulation. The Hell tribulation was usually the last lightning tribulation. However, Lin Feng still had 10 lightning tribulations left. His last 10 lightning tribulations were actually the Hell tribulation. That was too terrifying. It was no wonder that the other cultivators were so shocked. The gates of hell have opened. Your life is about to end. Hell is where you belong. Return to the embrace of hell. A sinister voice resounded between heaven and earth. Terrifying energy surged out of the mysterious gate. Wherever the energy passed, flowers and trees withered instantly. It was the power of time. That energy actually contained the power of time. It was too terrifying. It was simply unheard of. It was said that even great emperors could only see a sliver of the power of time. They couldn't control the power of time at all. Time was the quickest way to age. Now that the power of time surged out of the gates of hell, it was the last lightning tribulation. It was truly terrifying. So that's how it is. The hell tribulation is actually a lightning tribulation formed by the power of time. This is troublesome. The power of time will probably strip away all of that kid's lifespan. Some cultivators cried out in alarm. They felt that Lin Feng would very likely die under the corrosion of the power of time. No one in the world could withstand the attack of the power of time. Once anyone was enveloped by the power of time, they would definitely age rapidly. Their lifespan would pass in an extremely short amount of time. Now, the terrifying power of time was enveloping Lin Feng, trying to kill Lin Feng. Facing the attack of time, Lin Feng stepped forward. A mysterious incantation resounded between heaven and earth. Everything in this world has a cause and effect. The power of time can strip away a person's life. This is the cause. The Tao of longevity can restore lost lifespan. This is the effect. The Tao of longevity that Lin Feng spoke of was the grand longevity art, one of the top 10 great Taos of the great longevity art. Among the top 10 great Taos of the great longevity art, the grand longevity art was the only divine ability that didn't have any offensive power. However, the grand longevity art also had heaven-defying aspects. The grand longevity art could continuously increase a cultivator's lifespan. If the power of the laws of time were to deprive Lin Feng of his lifespan, Lin Feng might not be able to contend against it. But now, it was the thunder tribulation that was depriving Lin Feng of his lifespan. Although the time force condensed by the lightning tribulation was terrifying, it was not uncontrollable. When the power of time deprived Lin Feng of his lifespan, Lin Feng used the great karma art to create a karmic cycle between himself, the power of time, and the great longevity art. The power of time deprived Lin Feng of his lifespan, while the grand longevity art immediately replenished Lin Feng's lost lifespan. This was the heaven-defying aspect of the great karma art, the 3,000 great Taos. As long as Lin Feng could find the relationship between cause and effect, then Lin Feng could use the great karma art to change the karmic cycle. Lin Feng rushed forward and shattered the Hell's Gate with a single punch. The 10th last lightning tribulation was broken by Lin Feng. The surrounding cultivators and ferocious beast overlords were all dumbfounded. Even the top geniuses of the heaven realm frowned at this moment. Lin Feng had even dissolved the power of time. Lin Feng's methods were so shocking that they were all shocked. Boom, boom, boom. Then, bolts of lightning tribulation struck down. The last 10 bolts of lightning tribulation were each more terrifying than the previous one. In the following bolts of lightning tribulation, Lin Feng was also severely injured. Especially the 5th last lightning tribulation, it actually condensed a phantom of the King of Hell. This phantom of the King of Hell was too terrifying. Lin Feng's attack could not break the defense of the phantom of the King of Hell. The phantom of the King of Hell almost cut Lin Feng in half. At the moment of life and death, Lin Feng's great curse art played a key role. He used the great curse art to break the defense of the phantom of the King of Hell. Then, he destroyed the phantom of the King of Hell. The 4th last lightning tribulation condensed 6 distorted black holes and suppressed Lin Feng. The 6 black holes were very mysterious. When the surrounding cultivators looked at the 6 black holes, they suddenly felt a sense of dizziness. Everyone almost lost their minds. The 6 black holes had an extremely strange power. That power was a power that could not be resisted. 6 paths of reincarnation tribulation. A cultivator shouted in horror. The words 6 paths of reincarnation tribulation were too heavy, so one could imagine how terrifying the 6 paths of reincarnation tribulation was. When the tribulation suppressed down, Lin Feng even had a feeling that he had entered the cycle of reincarnation and was reborn. Of course, Lin Feng knew that this was an illusion. It was a very scary thing to have this illusion now. This illusion would make him give up the will to resist. When the 6 distorted black holes suppress down, when that time comes, he would definitely die. My fate is up to me, not the heavens. Lin Feng couldn't help but roar. What 6 paths of reincarnation? What reincarnation? He didn't believe in that. Lin Feng only believed in this life. He only pursued everything that happened in this life. Lin Feng's willpower had always been very strong. The 6 black holes had affected his mind, but now he finally walked out of that confused state. Lin Feng hurriedly used the 3 types of qi. Epic qi, white tiger qi, supreme qi. The 3 types of qi merged into one and formed a powerful magnetic field. When the 6 black holes attacked Lin Feng, they were immediately blocked by the magnetic field. Break! Lin Feng roared, and the 5 black holes in his dantian began to revolve. He displayed the 5-fold dragon elephant arm. He punched out 6 times in a row. Bang! 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 Lin Feng directly shattered the 6 distorted black holes. Too strong, a cultivator exclaimed. This should be his strongest combat power, right? I wonder if he can withstand the next 3 lightning tribulations. A cultivator took a deep breath and said, Lin Feng knew that using the 3 types of qi at the same time would consume too much of his body. So he only used the 3 types of qi superimposed when he killed those cultivators and beast overlords at the beginning of the tribulation. Then, he quickly removed this state. Even though his body was seriously injured, he didn't even use the 3 types of qi to resist the lightning tribulations. It was to save his magic power. He was waiting for the last moment of life and death. The last few lightning tribulations were really terrifying. Lin Feng no longer held back and used the 3 types of qi at the same time. Then, the 3 types of qi formed a magnetic field to protect Lin Feng. Boom! Terrifying fluctuations surged from above. The 3rd last lightning tribulation. It was brewing. Chapter 27-23. A blood-red light surged in the void. A pair of huge eyes suddenly opened. That pair of eyes emitted waves of violent fluctuations. At this time, everyone clearly saw what it was. Everyone had a puzzled expression on their faces. The lightning tribulation condensed into an eye. No one knew what kind of lightning tribulation it was. Could it be the legendary Eye of Heaven? Suddenly, a cultivator said aloud, "The Eye of Heaven." This was an extremely rare lightning tribulation. It was said that the Eye of Heaven could condense the power of heaven. The power of heaven could penetrate heaven and earth, break the sun, moon, and firmament, and kill all the immortals and Buddhas. If this was really the Eye of Heaven, it would be terrifying. It would definitely have unimaginable power. The Eye of Heaven. The black-clothed cultivator from the Xianhuang realm narrowed his eyes and looked at the Eye of Heaven. The other cultivators suspected that it was the Eye of Heaven. However, he was certain that pair of huge eyes. It was the Eye of Heaven. This was because the black-clothed cultivator also faced this lightning tribulation when he was going through the minor karmic tribulation. But when Lin Feng was facing the 3rd Kalpa lightning, Lin Feng's Kalpa lightning was facing the 2nd last Kalpa lightning. Interesting. When the cultivator in black clothes looked at Lin Feng, the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. No one knew what he was thinking. Swoosh! A terrifying light beam shot toward Lin Feng. The Eye of Heaven unleashed its power and shot out a powerful attack. Facing the attack of the Eye of Heaven, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He fully activated the 3 types of domineering aura. The magnetic field formed by the 3 types of domineering aura was abnormally powerful. The void around Lin Feng started to distort. This was the power of the magnetic field. Bam! The light beam shot out by the eye of heaven slammed into Lin Feng's domineering aura. Suddenly, a violent collision sound was heard. However, the light beam from the eye of heaven could not destroy Lin Feng's domineering aura. The power of the three types of domineering aura was too strong. Lin Feng soared into the sky and quickly flew toward the eye of heaven. He wanted to destroy the eye of heaven. How is this guy so powerful? A cultivator from the chaotic bound of heaven and earth was astonished. He's already so extraordinary after breaking through to the giant god realm. I wonder what level he'll reach in the future. Another cultivator said, he possesses domineering aura. And it's not just one type of domineering aura. I suspect that this person is from one of those families. The black-clothed young master said, the few cultivators from the Xianhuang realm of primal chaos understood what those clans meant. They were extremely shocked. Those few families were a taboo even in the Xianhuang chaos world, and could not be mentioned casually. He should have another type of bloodline. A cultivator said, immortal divine blood. Another cultivator said, seems like he has a deep relationship with the Undying clan. When the cultivator from the Xianhuang world mentioned the Undying clan, his expression turned serious. Clearly, even to him, the Undying clan was a clan that he had to pay attention to. That was a huge monster. Any cultivator who had some understanding of the history of the Undying clan would know just how powerful and terrifying the Undying clan was. No, I'm not talking about the Undying clan. I'm talking about the third type of bloodline. The cultivator who had spoken earlier said he was wearing a blue robe and looked very handsome. This cultivator was not simple. He was rumored to have the body of prophecy. Later on, he cultivated the great prophecy technique, and it was said that he could predict many things that would happen in the future. Moreover, this person's perception was extremely sharp, and he could sense things that others could not. Apart from that, this person also possessed many shocking methods, some of which could even shock the heavens and make gods weep. Even the black-clothed young master did not dare to underestimate this blue-clothed young master. A third type of bloodline? The others frowned slightly. One of them asked, what bloodline is it? This bloodline is very special, and it might never awaken. However, once it awakens, I have a premonition that this person will undergo a huge change. Whether this change is good or bad, I don't know. The blue-clothed young master said. The black-clothed young master said, in that case, this person is getting more and more interesting. Lin Feng did not know what these people were talking about. Currently, he was walking step by step toward the eye of heaven. The attacks from the eye of heaven were getting stronger and more concentrated. Dense beams of light bombarded Lin Feng's aura. Bang, bang, bang. A series of collisions rang out. Lin Feng's aura started to crack after withstanding so many attacks from the eye of heaven. The eye of heaven's lightning tribulation was so terrifying, so its attack power was naturally terrifying. When Lin Feng was 100 meters away from the eye of heaven, cracking sounds could be heard from Lin Feng's aura. His aura was almost unable to withstand the attacks from the eye of heaven. Lin Feng's expression turned grave. He increased his speed and charged toward the eye of heaven. However, the attacks from the eye of heaven were too powerful. The attacks bombarded his aura, making it difficult for Lin Feng to advance. Swish! Suddenly, Lin Feng transformed into a Taiji yin-yang diagram. The Taiji yin-yang diagram spun rapidly and flew toward the eye of heaven. Lin Feng's aura was attached to the surface of the Taiji yin-yang diagram. Although the attacks from the eye of heaven were concentrated, Lin Feng easily dodged most of the attacks after transforming into the Taiji yin-yang diagram. Finally, the Taiji Yin Yang diagram rushed to the front of the eye of heaven and slashed toward it. A spluttering sound rang out. The Taiji Yin Yang diagram directly tore the eye of heaven apart. The third last lightning tribulation was broken by Lin Feng. Roar! Just as Lin Feng broke the third last lightning tribulation, an earth-shaking roar came from the nine heavens. The second last lightning tribulation was formed. It was a giant. He was holding a huge axe in his hand. With a roar, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Many cultivators floating in the air spat out mouthfuls of blood after hearing the giant's roar. Some people even fainted from the shock. Everyone turned pale as they looked at the giant. Wasn't this giant too terrifying? With a roar, he injured so many people. The giant wielded the huge axe and slashed at Lin Feng. The might of the huge axe was so terrifying that it instantly split the world. When the axe slashed down, it felt like it could split the world apart. The giant wanted to split Lin Feng in half. Is that the sky-splitting axe? That giant can't be Pangu, right? Chapter 27-24. Who hadn't heard of the legend of Pangu holding the heaven-splitting axe to split the world? Pangu had a special status among the cultivators in the universe. His power, his mysterious aura, and his historical status. They were all unparalleled. Now that the lightning tribulation had appeared, it was very likely that it was Pangu's shadow, which shocked everyone. Clang! The giant's tyrannical attack landed on the magnetic field formed outside Lin Feng's body. The magnetic field formed by the overlapping house was abnormally tyrannical. Pangu's axe landed, producing a clanging sound, but it didn't tear apart Lin Feng's magnetic field. But at this time, Pangu's attack became more and more fierce. One attack after another, he hacked at the magnetic field outside Lin Feng. Clang, clang, clang. A loud sound shook the sky. Sounds of violent collisions rang out one after another. Lin Feng's three houses began to crack again. The penultimate lightning tribulation was much stronger than the penultimate lightning tribulation. Lin Feng wanted to rush up and destroy this Pangu's shadow. But the attack of Pangu's shadow was too fierce. It was like a storm. Lin Feng didn't have a chance to get close at all. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. If this continued, it would be extremely disadvantageous for him. Lin Feng was naturally very clear about this. If the magnetic field protecting his body was destroyed, at that time, he wouldn't be able to resist the attack of Pangu's shadow. That kid seems to be in trouble. The spectating cultivators said, Pangu's shadow, with the heaven-splitting axe in hand, this kind of lightning tribulation is too terrifying. I've never heard of it before. It's very normal that he can't resist this lightning tribulation. Another person said, he didn't think that Lin Feng could resist the lightning tribulation of Pangu's shadow holding the heaven-splitting axe. Yeah, this kind of lightning tribulation is too terrifying. It's as difficult as ascending to heaven to resist it. Another cultivator said, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Feng, who was fighting against the lightning tribulation in the sky. At this moment, except for Lin Feng himself, there was probably no one who had confidence in Lin Feng surviving this tribulation. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks launched by Pangu's silhouette grew fiercer. Crack, crack. The speed at which the three types of domineering aura split apart also increased. It was becoming more and more intense. Perhaps it wouldn't take long. The three domineering auras were about to be completely destroyed. The situation was extremely bad. Lin Feng's face turned ugly. He didn't have much time left. Lin Feng stepped into the void. He began to display a theurgy that he had just cultivated. The Nine Moons Cliff was a divine ability created by a living being who had survived the previous era. I control the three realms. I am the master of the three realms. The three realms shall fall, and all life shall perish. Lin Feng roared. The mana in his body began to circulate. Waves of destructive energy surged out. Above Lin Feng, the three realms appeared. These three realms were the heavenly realm, the mortal realm, and the netherworld. Countless epochs had passed. No matter what kind of living being controlled the various worlds during these epochs, they would all be divided into three realms. This included the current era. The heaven realm was high and mighty. It represented the higher planes. The netherworld represented death. As for the mortal realm, it represented billions of stars and billions of worlds. That was the place where all life lived. After Lin Feng's theurgy of the three realms manifested the phantom of the three realms. The three realms that he had manifested began to collapse. Everything in the myriad worlds would be destroyed along with the destruction of the three realms. There was nothing that could avoid such a fate. Even Pangu was no exception. That was because Pangu belonged to the living beings of the three realms. Unless Pangu could jump out of the three realms and not be within the five elements, only then would he be unaffected by this theurgy. Boom! A series of terrifying shockwaves swept through the world, shaking the void and collapsing the entire universe. The three worlds formed by the theurgy of the three realms crushed down on Pangu's phantom. Pangu's phantom waved the heaven-splitting axe in his hands. Axe after axe cleaved out. Those streaks of axe light cleaved down on the three illusory worlds. However, they were devoured by the three worlds. After that, the illusory worlds of the three realms crushed down on Pangu's phantom. The theurgy of the three realms. Pangu had fallen. Bam! Pangu's phantom's body exploded instantly. Lin Feng had successfully overcome the second, last lightning tribulation. He broke Pangu's phantom. Shocked gazes fell on Lin Feng, one after another. Following that, many people's eyes flashed with awe and greed. These people could naturally tell that Lin Feng had mastered many powerful secret arts. The reason why Lin Feng was so strong, apart from his own accumulation, was because of these powerful secret arts that he had mastered. An ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin by causing others greed. After knowing that Lin Feng had mastered so many powerful secret arts, those cultivators who originally had no grudges with Lin Feng now had murderous intentions towards Lin Feng. They wanted to kill Lin Feng. They wanted to snatch Lin Feng's secret arts. One could imagine, if Lin Feng succeeded in overcoming the tribulation, even more cultivators would besiege him. After all, there were simply too many greedy cultivators. There's only one last lightning tribulation left. I wonder what kind of tribulation it will be, many people murmured as they stared at the sky. Lin Feng was recovering quickly. The immortal blood in his body had been completely devoured by his body. Lin Feng was only able to reach this step by relying on the boundless energy contained within the immortal blood to continuously convert it into magic power. But Lin Feng knew that this was the moment of life and death. His immortal blood had been used up. He was going to make a final gamble. Boom! The final lightning tribulation was successfully brewing. A beam of immortal light condensed and formed. Like a long rainbow, it streaked across the sky and slashed towards Lin Feng. That beam of immortal light emitted a primordial aura. It was like a beam of light formed not long after the creation of the world. It's the primordial immortal light. Heavens, this kid actually summoned the primordial immortal light after breaking through. That's too terrifying. Some cultivators shouted in disbelief. Legend had it that the primordial era began with the appearance of the primordial immortal light. The primordial immortal light was rumored to be able to slay immortals. Of course, the beam of light that was attacking Lin Feng wasn't the true primordial immortal light, but the condensation of the lightning tribulation. But even if it was the primordial immortal light condensed by the lightning tribulation, it was terrifying to an unimaginable degree. To summon such a lightning tribulation, I'm afraid he's going to fail the tribulation. The black-robed young master's eyes narrowed. By then, the primordial immortal light had already arrived in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng activated his 3 Daos with all his might. The magnetic field formed by the 3 Daos reached its peak. Lin Feng wanted to use the 3 Daos to block the attack of the primordial immortal light. But at that moment, something terrifying happened. Chapter 27-25. Lin Feng had already used the heaven-mending art and great death substitution art, so he couldn't use them to dodge the primeval immortal light's attack. This kind of special ability usually had a cooldown time. Usually, they could only be used after a certain period of time. That was why Lin Feng couldn't dodge the primeval immortal light's attack, and was torn in half. That brat has been killed, many people cried out in alarm. The primeval immortal light's attack was too powerful. Even Lin Feng couldn't resist it. What a pity! All the abilities he mastered will disappear with his death. We won't be able to get them. Many cultivators and beast overlords felt that it was a pity. They had been spying on Lin Feng's abilities all this time. Now that Lin Feng was dead, their hopes were dashed. This made them extremely depressed. The ones who wanted Lin Feng to live the most were probably those cultivators and beast overlords. They were waiting for Lin Feng to succeed in his tribulation and then make a move on Lin Feng. With Lin Feng's death, everything became nothing. Did he really die just like that? Someone from the Undying clan shouldn't have been killed so easily, right? The black-clothed young master couldn't help but mutter to himself. Although he didn't think Lin Feng could resist the primeval immortal light, he felt that Lin Feng shouldn't have been killed so easily. Undying body, nirvana of my body. Lin Feng's voice resounded between heaven and earth. Everyone saw a ball of fire burning fiercely. It enveloped Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's body turned into ashes. Then he was reborn from the flames. Heavens, what kind of ability is that? Many people cried out in shock. They couldn't believe their eyes. Lin Feng had clearly been split in half. He should have been dead, without a doubt. But now, Lin Feng was reborn. It was really unbelievable. This kind of ability could be described as heaven-defying and shocking. What a terrifying ability. This Undying clan is truly a heaven-defying clan, a cultivator said. However, not everyone was familiar with the Undying clan because the cultivators here came from different worlds. In reality, the Undying clan had always kept a low profile. They had only appeared in the 9 continents, the Undying realm, the Heaven realm, and a few other limited worlds. Now, they even went into hiding. Everyone was extremely unfamiliar with the Undying family. Even though the cultivator mentioned Lin Feng's undying bloodline, many people were only very surprised and couldn't understand the meaning of the Undying clan. Undying clan? What clan is that? Someone asked. They wanted to know what was so extraordinary about this family. The word immortal, in addition to the ability Lin Feng had just displayed, made them think of many things. It's an ancient clan. It's said that their bloodline has the ability of immortality. That brat's body was reborn. This is the ability of immortality. A cultivator said. Many people were shocked because the ability Lin Feng had just displayed was too terrifying. The Undying clan was truly a terrifying clan that caused people to tremble in fear. I did it. The reborn Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. This rebirth was an ability that he had awakened when his undying divine blood reached 40%. This ability was very special. It could heal Lin Feng's damaged body. For example, if someone chopped off one of Lin Feng's arms, Lin Feng could quickly regrow his arm. However, this ability wasn't without its flaws. If Lin Feng's soul was destroyed, then Lin Feng would be completely dead. Earlier, the absolute primordium immortal light had only torn apart Lin Feng's body and didn't destroy his soul. That was why Lin Feng was able to recover. It was said that there was only one race in this world. Even if their soul was destroyed, they could still be reborn. That was the Phoenix clan. Apart from the Phoenix clan, even the Undying clan couldn't do something like rebirth after having one's soul destroyed. Amazing! Amazing! The people from the Undying clan are really terrifying. A cultivator from the Xianhuang realm took a deep breath and said, the blue-robed young master looked at the black-robed young master and said, "Is there such a person in the Undying clan?" The black-robed young master had been to the Undying clan before, so he had some understanding of the younger generation. "No, this is interesting. This kid might be a descendant of one of the Undying clan's exiled clansmen," said the black-robed young master. Those clansmen who were expelled by the large clans in order to prevent their bloodline from spreading outside, and at the same time to prevent those people from harboring hatred towards the main bloodline and becoming enemies with the main bloodline in the future, they would often kill those who were expelled. This person's ancestor wasn't killed by the Undying clan, but instead escaped with his life. Moreover, it was passed down to this generation. It is indeed interesting. The blue-robed young master's lips curled into a faint smile, as if waiting to watch a show. The absolute primordium immortal light once again slashed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly retreated. The success rate of the Undying God Blood's rebirth ability was extremely low. Therefore, although he was able to successfully use it last time, he might not be able to succeed this time. Therefore, Lin Feng couldn't allow himself to be cut in half by the absolute primordium immortal light a second time. If that really happened, Lin Feng felt that he would die without a doubt. Naturally, this wasn't something Lin Feng wanted to see. However, the absolute primordium immortal light's attack was too powerful. At this moment, the absolute primordium immortal light swept over again. Lin Feng had no choice but to take out the stone sword to block the attack. However, Lin Feng couldn't release the stone sword's power at all. Clang! Following a clanging sound, the absolute primordium immortal light swept over the stone sword. The web between Lin Feng's thumb and forefinger was cracked. The stone sword left his hand. The absolute primordium immortal light once again slashed at Lin Feng. The absolute primordium immortal light's attack was too powerful, far beyond Lin Feng's imagination. Lin Feng quickly took out the mysterious metal box. He didn't know if the mysterious metal box could help him block the absolute primordium immortal light's attack. However, Lin Feng didn't have any other choice at this time. He had to treat a dead horse as a living one. Clang! The absolute primordium immortal light slammed into the metal box. Lin Feng and the metal box were both sent flying. The powerful vibrations caused Lin Feng to spit out a mouthful of immortal blood. The absolute primordium immortal light's power was too terrifying. The absolute primordium immortal light's attack didn't stop. It once again slashed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was dark. He used his full strength in the face of the oncoming absolute primordium immortal light. He tried his best to open a crack in the metal box. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out from the metal box. Lin Feng was the first to suffer. His body was riddled with holes. He used the Great Void technique to escape and appeared 100 meters away. More than a dozen bloody holes appeared on his body. He was almost killed by the terrifying aura emanating from the mysterious metal box. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to keep his life. The absolute primordium immortal light was shattered by the mysterious metal box. Too terrifying? What kind of treasure is that? Shocked and aghast gazes turned toward the mysterious metal box. At this moment, a series of heavenly Tao laws descended from the sky and surged into Lin Feng's body. The magic power in Lin Feng's body surged like a river bursting its banks. Waves of terrifying aura spread out from Lin Feng's body. Chapter 27-26. He broke through. He finally broke through. Lin Feng finally broke through to the giant god realm. The giant god realm and the heavenly god realm were completely different realms. If the heavenly god realm was just a dragon, then the giant god realm was a divine dragon. If the heavenly god realm was just a lake, then the giant god realm was a vast ocean. This was the difference between the two realms. The difference between these two realms was like heaven and earth. After breaking through to the giant god realm, Lin Feng knew how weak the heavenly god realm was. Now, in Lin Feng's body, the magic power was increasing crazily like a surging river flowing. This feeling was really too good. Lin Feng operated the immortal divine body. His body quickly recovered to its original state. If it were others breaking through, even if they succeeded, they would be seriously injured because of the body. Their condition would be extremely bad. But Lin Feng was in a different situation. After he broke through, the immortal divine body quickly recovered to its original state. So after breaking through, Lin Feng did not feel weak at all. Now, Lin Feng felt better than ever, stronger than ever. Now Lin Feng's realm stopped at the first layer of the giant god realm. His physical body had also improved greatly. Lin Feng felt that his physical body was almost stronger than many beginner stage great emperors. He had not entered the great emperor realm. Lin Feng did not know how the great emperor realm was divided, but Lin Feng felt that his physical body had surpassed the beginner stage great emperor realm. Of course, Lin Feng did not know if it had really surpassed the beginner stage great emperor realm. That would have to wait until Lin Feng came into contact with great emperor realm experts to know. Lin Feng's soul level had also improved greatly with this breakthrough. His soul had risen to the level of a boundary emperor cultivator who had reached the 8th step of the stone steps. Lin Feng's bloodline had also changed. After breaking through to the giant god realm, Lin Feng's bloodline power had improved. His immortal god blood had increased from 42% to 43%, while his sovereign emperor blood had increased from 31% to 32%. One had to know that as more and more bloodlines were awakened, it would become more and more difficult to awaken one's own bloodline. Therefore, this time, Lin Feng's 2 bloodlines could be upgraded again. It was a major upgrade. After breaking through to the giant god realm this time, Lin Feng obtained too many benefits. The increase in his fighting strength was also too much. The tribulation clouds above the 9 heavens began to dissipate gradually. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the stone sword and mysterious metal box quickly flew towards him. Lin Feng put away the mysterious iron box. He gripped the stone sword. Now that the stone sword was in his hand, Lin Feng immediately felt that he had a very mysterious connection with the stone sword. Lin Feng felt that he could activate more of the stone sword's power. After breaking through to the giant god realm, Lin Feng had begun to gradually release the power of the stone sword. There was still a stone sword in the Chonlu demonic palace. He didn't know if he could activate that stone sword. If the 2 stone swords were activated together, the power would be too strong, because it was said that these stone swords could sense each other. The more stone swords were activated, the more powerful the power would be. If the 36 stone swords were activated together, they would be invincible in the world. Kill him. Many cultivators and ferocious beast overlords charged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's remarkable ability and Lin Feng's magic weapon. These people were crazy. The first wave of cultivators and ferocious beast overlords that besieged Lin Feng was only left with more than 20 cultivators and a dozen or so ferocious beast overlords. But this time, there were more than 100 cultivators and more than 40 ferocious beast overlords that besieged Lin Feng. A few heaven-defying geniuses from the heaven realm, 3 cultivators from the underworld, and a few cultivators from the chaos Xianhuang realm did not make a move. The cultivators from the chaos Xianhuang realm and the underworld did not plan to make a move from the beginning. The heaven-defying geniuses from the heaven realm did not make a move when they besieged Lin Feng for the first time. Although there were many cultivators from the heaven realm who made a move, those who made a move did not reach their level of combat strength. Now that they saw Lin Feng break through, these people did not plan to make a move. He's quite an interesting person. It's boring to die too early. After he comes to the heaven realm, he might cause some trouble. When that time comes, we'll play with him slowly. A heaven-defying existence from the heaven realm said with a faint smile, "I have the same plan." Another person said with a smile, "Since you want to die, I'll send you to hell." After breaking through, Lin Feng's confidence increased greatly. When he was at the peak of the heavenly god realm, he was no match for so many cultivators and ferocious beast overlords. But now that Lin Feng had broken through, his cultivation had increased tremendously. He was no longer afraid of being besieged by these people. He held the stone sword in his hand and slashed at the cultivators and ferocious beast overlords that besieged him. Buzz! Suddenly, the stone sword spat out an inch-long sword light. One had to know that Lin Feng could not activate the stone sword at all. He could only release a small amount of the stone sword's power with the help of the remnant soul. But after breaking through to the giant god realm, Lin Feng could make the stone sword spit out a sword light. From this, one could see how much Lin Feng's cultivation had increased after breaking through. The current Lin Feng was simply invincible and unrivaled. The power of the stone sword in his hand was terrifying. Any magic treasure that was swept by the stone sword would be torn apart. Any cultivator that was swept by the stone sword would be cut in half. What magic treasure is this? Its power is so terrifying. It's definitely not an ordinary stone sword. Many cultivators shouted in shock. They were scared out of their wits and frantically fled outside. They did not dare to continue fighting with Lin Feng. Could it be one of the rumored 36 stone swords? Someone said, mentioning the faintly discernible 36 stone swords that were close to the legends. It was said that once the 36 stone swords were combined into one, even Hongmeng, Hongjun ancestor, and the others, they would be killed. Of course, no one knew if the rumor was true, but since there was such a rumor, it was enough to prove how terrifying the 36 stone swords were. The cultivators and ferocious beast overlords that besieged Lin Feng fled in a sorry state. Lin Feng was like a peerless killing god. He started a massacre. Many cultivators and ferocious beast overlords were killed. In the end, only about 30 cultivators and 7 or 8 ferocious beast overlords escaped. The remaining cultivators and ferocious beast overlords all died under Lin Feng's attacks. Lin Feng was like an Asura from hell. Many people looked at Lin Feng with reverence. Fairy Kai, I will not forget that night. When I go to the heaven realm, we will fight another 300 rounds. Chapter 27:27. What is he talking about? Did something wonderful happen between him and Fairy Kai? How is that possible? Fairy Kai, is the goddess of the heaven realm, the proud daughter of heaven of the celestial clan. Who knows how many geniuses pursued her, but she didn't even look at them. Now, she actually had a one-night stand with that brat. This is definitely not true. That brat must be talking nonsense to ruin Fairy Kai, Er's reputation. Some cultivators of the heaven realm roared angrily. They didn't want to believe that Lin Feng's words were true. As the proud daughter of the heaven realm, Kai, was the goddess in countless people's hearts. How could she casually have sex with someone else? The people of the other worlds were also shocked. Although they weren't cultivators of the heaven realm, they still had some understanding of Kai. They knew how extraordinary Kai, status in the heaven realm was. It was said that in the entire heaven realm, Kai, was ranked in the top 10 fairies. Of course, it wasn't just because of Kai's beauty. It was also because of Kai's talent and background. Everyone looked at Kai. Kai was expressionless. No one knew what she was thinking. In fact, at this moment, Kai's heart was fluctuating greatly. She couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces. However, she knew that she was no match for Lin Feng now. Therefore, Kai didn't make a move, nor did she refute Lin Feng. Because the more she tried to hide it, the more she tried to explain. This kind of thing would only make things worse. Therefore, Kai didn't try to explain. If she really tried to explain, it might cause an uproar when the time came. Lin Feng left the heavenly immortal path. He estimated the time. It was almost time for his training to end. This time, he had gained too many benefits from cultivating on the heavenly immortal path. Lin Feng was extremely satisfied with this 1 year's experience. He left the heavenly immortal path and came to the space outside. Half a month later, a twisted whirlpool appeared above the mountain forest where Lin Feng was cultivating. Duguya's voice came from the whirlpool. Time is up. You can return to the real world now. All right. Lin Feng stood up and nodded. Then he transmitted his voice to the remnant soul. Whether or not we can bring the stone sword out depends on you. This was because only Lin Feng's soul had entered this mysterious space. His soul was not enough to take the stone sword away. The storage ring that Lin Feng obtained was also unable to store a treasure like the stone sword. If a treasure like the stone sword was placed in a storage ring, the storage ring would instantly shatter. Therefore, whether or not he could take the stone sword away depended on the remnant soul. The remnant soul had already formed a connection with the stone sword. It was equivalent to the owner of the stone sword. Of course, to leave this mysterious space, he had to pass through the chaotic spatial flow world. As for whether the remnant soul could successfully bring the stone sword into the real world with Lin Feng wasn't sure. Whoosh, Lin Feng soared into the sky. As for the remnant soul, it followed Lin Feng and controlled the stone sword to fly into the vortex. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Feng and the stone sword disappeared. Following that, Lin Feng and the stone sword flew through the spatial passage and quickly flew into the real world. When they saw the exit, the remnant soul's horrified voice came from the stone sword. I can't hold on any longer. I'm going to be destroyed. Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but change. At this time, he had no way to help the remnant soul. Could it be that the stone sword was not fated with him? Just as the remnant soul was about to disintegrate, suddenly a large energy hand condensed and grabbed the stone sword. It brought the stone sword out of the spatial passage. Lin Feng quickly flew out as well. The remnant soul returned to the body. Lin Feng returned to the real world. He opened his eyes and saw Duguya standing not far away. He held the stone sword in his hand and was observing it. Duguya gently stroked the stone sword and muttered to himself, I didn't expect to see this stone sword again after so many years. Uncle Dugu, have you seen this stone sword before? Lin Feng asked. I've seen it before. Dugu Ya's eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. At that time, I had just met your father not long ago. I once saw your father fight with a cultivator with 9 stone swords on his back. When the 9 stone swords appeared, it truly shocked the heavens and earth. Even though many years had passed, Dugu Ya still couldn't forget that scene. That battle caused the heavens to collapse, the earth to split, and the mountains to collapse. Now that he thought about it, he couldn't help but feel emotional. How was that battle? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He wanted to know more about what happened to his father, but there were many things that Duguya wasn't willing to tell him. Duguya felt that if he knew too much, it would be disadvantageous for Lin Feng. Now that Duguya took the initiative to mention what happened back then, Lin Feng felt that this was an opportunity, a chance to learn more about his father's past. That battle was extremely intense. The origin of these stone swords is very special, and their power is unimaginable. The stronger the cultivator, the stronger the stone swords will be. Moreover, these stone swords can form a very special resonance. This resonance is also very special. Once it resonates, the stone sword's power will continue to increase. Thus, the more stone swords you collect, the stronger they will be. Back then, that cultivator had 9 stone swords on his back. He was simply invincible. He had never been defeated until he met your father. He lost to your father. What happened to that person? Lin Feng asked. From then on, he began to follow your father, said Duguya. Was that person Di Wudao? Lin Feng took a deep breath and said a name. Perhaps only that person could be so heaven-defying. Only someone like that could match that person's identity. That's right. He was Di Wudao. I rarely saw Di Wudao fight with his full strength. That battle with your father was the only time I saw him fight with his full strength. That person is very terrifying. He can deceive the heavenly secrets. Your father controlled the great Tao of destiny, but he was still deceived by him. If he knew of your existence, he would definitely think of a way to kill you in the future. Before you become strong enough, you can't go to the celestial world. I know. Lin Feng nodded heavily. A stone sword could easily kill a creature in the black fog at its peak. And 9 stone swords at the same time? Needless to say, Di Wudao's strength was terrifying. You stay in Jiuzhou and cultivate well. I'm going to the starry sky world to find your father. I hope I can find him. Duguya said. Uncle Dugu, I'll have to trouble you. If you can find my father, please tell me. I'll go find you then. Lin Feng bowed to Duguya. Chapter 27-28. After Duguya left, Lin Feng returned to the Dragon Gate. After returning, Lin Feng inquired about the current situation in the 9 states. The 9 states had entered a period of extreme chaos. First, the cultivators of the myriad races came to the 9 states. Previously, they had come for the southern immortal demon realm, but the southern immortal demon realm had been closed. Now, the cultivators of the myriad races were unwilling to leave the 9 states. Obviously, they had the ambition to occupy the 9 states. In history, the myriad races had invaded the 9 states several times. But no matter what the process was, the end result was the same. They were expelled from the 9 states. Naturally, the myriad races were extremely unwilling. Now that the 9 states was weak, the myriad races once again had the idea of occupying the 9 states. Moreover, the 9 states was very special. It was the starting point of the myriad worlds. Now that the age of chaos was approaching and the 5 decays of celestial beings had appeared, the world would change greatly before the apocalyptic battle. At that time, the golden age of cultivation would reappear, and the 9 states would be the first world to change. As the first major world to enter the golden age of cultivation. The 9 states would certainly have many cultivators with great fortune. Therefore, occupying the 9 states was very important. Moreover, it was said that the greatest secret of the myriad worlds lay in the 9 states. This was one of the important reasons why the myriad races wanted to occupy the 9 states. In fact, it was not just the myriad races. There were also other races, such as the races from the outer realms, who had sent many experts. They also wanted to divide the 9 states. Several terrifying creatures had also appeared in the stone race. Previously, Lin Feng had witnessed the birth of the Stone King in the sacred stone city of the Tianwu continent. Now, the Stone King had crossed the sea and come to the 9 states. He occupied a region and had many experts relying on him. Recently, the Stone King had occupied 16 ancient cities in the Dragonfire state, which could be said to have shocked the 9 states. But the Stone King was so powerful that no one dared to provoke him. In addition to the Stone King, there were also some terrifying creatures, such as the foreign creature that Lin Feng had injured. Now, his forces were growing stronger and stronger. That foreign creature was said to have swallowed some heaven-defying treasures and recovered his cultivation extremely quickly. Moreover, that foreign creature had been searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts. He had threatened to kill Lin Feng. In addition, there were a dozen or so black fog creatures. They were creatures from the previous epoch, although it was unknown what had caused their cultivation to drop so drastically. But a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The creatures in the black fog were still extremely powerful and terrifying. Currently, the forces formed by the creatures of the black fog were extremely large. The native forces of the 9 prefectures, the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, the black fog creatures, the otherworldly creatures, and other forces all had various conflicts. From time to time, great battles would break out. The 9 prefectures had also moved from an era of peace to an era of war. Lin Feng frowned slightly when he heard the news. He naturally didn't want 9 regions to fall into such a state of war. This was because this was simply a great disaster for the common people of the world. Once the world fell into chaos, who knew how many innocent people would die in the chaos? However, Lin Feng was powerless to stop the outbreak of war. He was only one person, and his strength was limited. More and more cultivators are pouring into the ocean. The first place in the 9 provinces to become chaotic is the inland. Now, various forces have appeared. Large and small forces are fighting each other for territory and resources. This has also caused many people to flee to the ocean. Du Zhu said, recently, Du Zhu had been observing the situation in the 9 prefectures, so he knew the situation in the 9 prefectures in detail. Lin Feng nodded and said, the 9 prefectures are so chaotic. I wonder how the Sky Martial Continent is doing. I plan to return to the Sky Martial Continent to take a look. The plan to return to the Sky Martial Continent had long been buried in Lin Feng's heart. He wanted to bring Shangguan Fei, Murong Shui, and his other close female friends to live in the 9 prefectures. However, Lin Feng's cultivation was not enough to protect them. Therefore, Lin Feng's plan had been stranded. Now, Lin Feng had broken through to the giant god realm. He was also much more confident. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that it was time to bring them to the 9 prefectures. Moreover, Lin Feng was not at ease letting Shangguan Fei, and the others live in the Sky Martial Continent. This was because the cultivators of the myriad races and the extraterritorial races had all entered the Sky Martial Continent from the extraterritorial starry world, and then entered the 9 prefectures from the Sky Martial Continent. With so many cultivators entering the Sky Martial Continent, it was hard to guarantee that those cultivators would not cause trouble. How many people do you plan to bring back? "Young master," Duzu asked, "you and the evil dominator saint can follow me back." Lin Feng said, "Okay, I'll go and inform the big zombie now." Duzu said. Lin Feng stayed in the dragon sect for 3 days. In these 3 days, he dealt with some important matters in the dragon sect. Now, there were many experts in the dragon sect, and the people in charge of the various departments were loyal to Lin Feng. Do not doubt the people you use, and do not use those you doubt. This was Lin Feng's principle. Therefore, he trusted his subordinate Lin Feng very much. After briefly explaining the matters of the dragon sect, Lin Feng planned to return to the reincarnation immortal sect. He naturally did not forget the agreement between Lin Feng and the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. Lin Feng had done what he promised the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. Lin Feng naturally wanted to go to the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra to ask for the cultivation method of the second part of the Great Reincarnation Technique. The first part was the past. The second part was the future. The first part of the book contained the eternity rush, a divine ability that had never existed since time immemorial. As for what kind of divine power the second part contained, Lin Feng did not know for the time being. He needed to comprehend it properly. Lin Feng, Duzu, and the evil dominator saints set off for the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Along the way, they saw many places covered in corpses. Battles broke out everywhere. Lin Feng could only sigh. If this continues, I think most of the forces in the 9 states will be destroyed. Duzu said. Duzu's words were not without reason. The native forces of the 9 states were much weaker than the myriad tribes, the extraterritorial races, the otherworldly beings, the black fog beings, and the stone puppet kings. If this battle continued, the native forces of the 9 states would definitely be the first to be unable to hold on. It was only a matter of time before they were destroyed. Perhaps only those forces with immortal artifacts and emperor weapons could continue to survive. It was only a matter of time before the rest of the forces were destroyed. When the 9 states is in chaos, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. Lin Feng could not help but sigh. Half a year later, Lin Feng returned to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Some cultivators from the myriad tribes and the extraterritorial races appeared in the outer area of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Lin Feng could not help but frown when he saw those people. Lin Feng's return caused quite a stir. Who did not know of Lin Feng's reputation? Who did not know of him? In the past, Lin Feng was called scum by the male disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Now, Lin Feng had become the backbone of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Chapter 27-29. The territory ruled by the Reincarnation Immortal Sect was relatively peaceful. Many powerful races and extraterritorial races had sent people to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect to investigate. Perhaps they were afraid that the Reincarnation Immortal Sect had immortal artifacts, so they did not make a move. Lin Feng received a grand invitation when he returned to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Now, Lin Feng was extremely famous in the 9 states. Lin Feng was like a gold-plated signboard that could attract a large number of experts. The words heaven-defying level carried a lot of weight. Even in the 10,000 races, there were not many such geniuses. Many people felt that Lin Feng's rise was unstoppable. When Lin Feng rose, he would be able to hold his own. Perhaps the Reincarnation Immortal Sect also valued this point. Therefore, the Reincarnation Immortal Sect valued Lin Feng very much. In addition, the sect leader of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect had left the 9 states for a long time. There was still no news of the sect leader. Now that the 9 states was in turmoil, some of the supreme elders of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect and the great elder of punishment discussed and decided to make Lin Feng the deputy sect leader. They wanted Lin Feng to be in charge of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. because there was still no news of the sect leader. Therefore, Lin Feng, as the deputy sect leader, was basically no different from the sect leader. It was said that the supreme elders and the great elder of punishment had already asked for the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. They were waiting for the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra to be finalized. Lin Feng chatted with the higher-ups of the sect for a while, then returned to the barren mountain. "Big brother, you're back." Cute Little ran out when she heard that Lin Feng was back. Then she opened her arms and pounced on Lin Feng. Lin Feng took Meng Meng in his arms. She looked so adorable, like she was carved from jade. "Hey, where's little Tian Tian?" Lin Feng was puzzled. When he left Tian Tian behind. He asked Tian Tian to cultivate with Lord Turtle. He came back, but Tian Tian did not come out. Lin Feng was puzzled. Little Tian Tian is gone. Grandmaster said that little Tian Tian's mother came and took little Tian Tian away. Little said Tian Tian, Tian Tian. Perhaps it was because she had lost a friend, or perhaps it was because Xiao Tian Tian had parents and she didn't. She felt disappointed. Lin Feng could feel Meng Meng's sadness. He couldn't help but rub her head and say, "Little girl, don't be sad. Big brother will take care of you and protect you." Little Meng Meng nodded heavily and quickly became happy again. Children's mood change quickly. No matter if she was sad or happy, their mood could vary quickly. Their mood, immortal sect, very quickly. Master Tortoise walked out, squinted his eyes, and said, "It's been almost 3 years since I left. Your cultivation has improved quite well. Could immortal sect immortal Lord Turtle was immortal sect. Lord Sage Saint Holy, and Lord Saint. Lord nodded dead Lord. Nodded Lord Nodong." Then Lord Turtle said, "What have you experienced in the outside world all these years? Tell me." Lin Feng told Mr. Turtle about what had happened in the southern celestial sea realm, the boat of curses, Dugaya, and the celestial path to the heavens. Although this cheap master was sometimes unreliable and often cheated his disciple. But the saying, "A teacher for a day is a father for life," was very reasonable. Lin Feng was dissatisfied with Lord Turtle, but in fact, he treated Lord Turtle as his family. There were many things that were not easy to talk about with outsiders. With his family, he could naturally talk about them one by one. Lord Turtle had been listening quietly. He said, "Life is like a boat going downstream. There is no turning back. Everything has to be looked forward." Lin Feng understood what Mr. Tortoise meant. He was persuading him to look forward instead of worrying about things. No matter how much he worried about those things, what would happen would still happen. Right now, the only thing he could do was to raise his cultivation base and increase his own cultivation base. In the future, he would be able to do what he wanted to do. If he could not raise his cultivation, then in the future, when he wanted to do something but found that he was not capable enough to do it, at that time, it would be a tragedy. Lin Feng then asked about little Tian Tian. After all, little Tian Tian was young and could not express many things clearly. Therefore, he still had to ask Lord Turtle about some things. Lin Feng asked, "Who are little Tian Tian's parents?" This was what he was most concerned about. When little Tian Tian participated in the prodigy ranking battle, she was alone and had no one to accompany her. Lin Feng was not clear about little Tian Tian's origin. Don't ask about those people's identity. It won't do you any good to know. Lord Turtle said. Lin Feng could not help but frown. Since Lord Turtle said so, it meant that little Tian Tian's identity was too extraordinary. Little Tian Tian was so young but so powerful. It was reasonable for her to have an extraordinary identity. I hope the little girl can grow up healthily in the future. Lin Feng said, "Don't worry about that little girl. You don't have to worry. If fate wills it, we might have a chance to meet in the future. Lord Turtle said, "That may be the case, but in this vast sea of people, once separated, it will be too difficult to meet again." Lin Feng could not help but sigh. At this moment, Lord Turtle flicked his finger and a porcelain bottle appeared. He tossed the bottle to Lin Feng. "What's this?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. He noticed that the bottle was sealed with restrictions. "The Epic Tao Source. I got it from little Tian Tian's mother." "What's the Epic Tao Source?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of the Epic Tao Source. "It's something passed down from the Supreme Celestial Court. It allows a cultivator to undergo a bloodline baptism. After the baptism, the cultivator's bloodline can undergo a second awakening, which is what we usually call a deeper bloodline awakening." Lord Turtle said, "What? It can allow one's bloodline to undergo a deeper awakening?" Upon hearing Lord Turtle's words, Lin Feng's right hand, which was holding the bottle, suddenly trembled. Lin Feng's two bloodlines, be it the undying divine blood or the sovereign emperor blood, had not undergone a second awakening. Currently, he was only undergoing a shallow first awakening, although he had awakened two bloodlines. If he wanted to possess those extraordinary abilities, he also needed to undergo a second awakening. One had to know that Lin Feng's father had undergone 9 bloodline awakenings. The reason why Lin Feng's father's combat strength was so heaven-defying was because he had undergone 9 bloodline awakenings. He had mastered too many heaven-defying techniques. If Lin Feng underwent a deeper bloodline awakening, the memories in the depths of his bloodline would awaken. At that time, he would definitely awaken some extremely terrifying abilities. Chapter 27:30. Can this bottle of Epic Tao Source allow my two bloodlines to awaken on a deeper level? Lin Feng looked at Lord Tortoise. Naturally, he hoped that the Epic Tao Source could awaken both his undying bloodline and sovereign bloodline. If it couldn't, Lin Feng planned to awaken the sovereign bloodline. This was because the sovereign bloodline was stronger than the undying bloodline. Lord Tortoise said, "Of course not. Your sovereign emperor blood requires even more Epic Tao sources, so I'm not sure if this bottle can awaken your sovereign emperor blood to a deeper level, but it shouldn't be a problem to awaken your undying bloodline to a deeper level." Lin Feng said, "If that's the case, I'll awaken my undying bloodline first." Naturally, he had to make a choice. It was easy to make. The sovereign bloodline was powerful, but there was only one bottle of Epic Tao Source. Moreover, this bottle might not be able to awaken the sovereign bloodline. Since that was the case, he should awaken his undying bloodline first. Lin Feng's undying bloodline was a heaven-defying bloodline. This was especially true for his ancestor, Lin Qi. He seemed to have a glorious history. Lin Feng had learned this from the savage. However, the savage didn't say much about Lin Feng's ancestor, Lin Qi. However, Lin Feng guessed that the bloodline might contain some of the terrifying abilities passed down by Lin Qi's ancestor. Once those abilities were activated, they would be heaven-defying. Lin Feng put the bottle away. He had just returned. Now wasn't the time to refine the Epic Tao Source. After leaving Lord Tortoise's place, Lin Feng couldn't wait to head to the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. He wanted to ask for the cultivation method of the second part of the Great Reincarnation Art. This was an absolute art that defied the heavens. Hee kid, you've done well. It seems like the revival of the Reincarnation Immortal sect is on your shoulders. The Reincarnation Immortal scripture praised Lin Feng ferociously after seeing him. This was not the style of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. Lin Feng looked at the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra warily and said, "One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions." "What is it? Tell me quickly." The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said angrily, "What are you talking about? I'm praising you. Don't be so ungrateful. Then should I thank you for your praise?" Lin Feng curled his lips and said, "The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said, you don't have to thank me. This is the praise you deserve. Actually, there is something I want to tell you. But don't worry, it's definitely a good thing." Lin Feng said, "If there's no problem, teach me the second part of the great reincarnation art." Whoosh! A jade tube flew out from the void. Lin Feng grabbed the jade tube. "I am naturally a man of my word. This is your reward. The cultivation method of the second part of the great reincarnation art is recorded in it." The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. He quickly used his divine consciousness to check it. After sensing the contents of the jade tube, Lin Feng kept it and said with a smile, "Senior, you have something to say. What do you want to say?" "Little fox." Sutra slandered him in his heart. Then he said, "During this period of time, the Supreme Elder, the Great Elder of Punishment, and the other elders have come to see me. They elected you to be the deputy sect leader of the Reincarnation Celestial Sect, and you will be in charge of the sect. Now that the 9 states are in chaos and the 5 decays of heavenly beings have appeared, we don't have much time left. After some consideration, I think it's the best choice to let you be in charge of the Reincarnation Celestial Sect. I hope you can lead the Reincarnation Celestial Sect to avoid the catastrophe when the doomsday comes." Lin Feng did not expect the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra to talk about this. As Lin Feng had just returned, he did not know much about what had happened in the sect. It was not impossible for Lin Feng to take charge of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. After all, the Reincarnation Immortal Sect was very powerful. Lin Feng had been spying on the Reincarnation Everlasting Fire in the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, since the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra mentioned that he should take charge of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Could he negotiate with the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra now? Lin Feng said, "I can take charge of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, but I have a condition." "What condition?" The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra asked. "Let me refine the Reincarnation Everlasting Fire." Lin Feng said. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said, "If the Reincarnation Everlasting Fire belongs to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, you can do whatever you want with it. However, the Reincarnation Everlasting Fire does not belong to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. It does not belong to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Why is it in the Reincarnation Immortal Sect?" Lin Feng questioned. He felt that the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra was lying to him. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said, "The Reincarnation Everlasting Fire was placed in the Reincarnation Immortal Sect by a great Emperor-level expert. The Reincarnation Everlasting Fire still contains the great Emperor-level expert's soul imprint. That person was an Imperial Emperor when he left. I wonder how terrifying his cultivation base is now. He might have already become an immortal or a saint. Would you dare to refine it if he asked you to?" That Lin Feng's expression darkened. He did not expect the Reincarnation Everlasting Fire to have such a history. If the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra was true, and the owner of the Reincarnation Everlasting Fire was such a terrifying existence, he would not dare to refine it. As long as the owner of the Reincarnation Everlasting Fire was still alive, he would be killed by the soul imprint in the Reincarnation Everlasting Fire. Lin Feng asked, "Who is that expert?" "A terrifying cultivator. His name is Zhua. Some call him Yin Zhua. Rumor has it that he's a living being born from evil." The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said, "A living being born from evil? Then why did he place the Reincarnation Everlasting Fire in the Reincarnation Immortal Sect?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Back then, this person saved the life of the sect master of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, who was from the same generation as him. He placed the Reincarnation Everlasting Fire in the Reincarnation Immortal sect. The sect master promised him that the Reincarnation Immortal sect would protect the Reincarnation Everlasting Fire for generations. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He did not expect there to be such a reason behind it. He continued, why did this person called Injua place the Reincarnation Everlasting Fire in the Reincarnation Immortal sect? I have a feeling that this person is hiding some secret. I'm not sure. You can ask Lord Turtle. Perhaps he'll know. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said meaningfully, Chapter 2731. After leaving the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra, Lin Feng returned to the barren mountain. He planned to ask about the undying reincarnation flame. Master, the undying reincarnation flame doesn't belong to the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Wasn't it said that the undying flame was suppressed by the Reincarnation Emperor? How did it become that Yin-Yang Immortal sect? Lin Feng asked. It seems like the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra has told you about the undying reincarnation flame. Lin Feng nodded. Yes, the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra told me about the undying reincarnation flame, but there are many things that he didn't explain clearly, so he asked me to ask you about it. The undying reincarnation flame is indeed Yin-Yang Immortal sect, and it was suppressed by the Reincarnation Emperor. Back then, the undying reincarnation flame almost caused a disaster, but the Reincarnation Emperor suppressed it. Since then, the undying reincarnation flame hasn't caused much of a commotion. Lin Feng understood what Lord Tortoise meant. The undying reincarnation flame was left behind by Yin-Yang Immortal sect. However, the undying reincarnation flame was unwilling to be suppressed. As time passed, the undying reincarnation flame accumulated great power. Therefore, the undying reincarnation flame tried to break the seal and escape. The Reincarnation Emperor suppressed the undying reincarnation flame once again. Lin Feng asked, why did Yin-Yang Immortal sect leave the undying reincarnation flame behind? He must have some ulterior motive, right? Lord Tortoise said. This isn't something you should know. It won't do you any good if you know now. I've already told you not to think about the undying reincarnation flame for the time being. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Even if I want to, I can't do it. Lin Feng gave up on refining the undying reincarnation flame for the time being. He continued, the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra told me about becoming the vice sect master of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. I've already agreed to it. It's good that you're in charge of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, Lord Tortoise said. Speaking of which, the Reincarnation Immortal sect has a terrifying foundation, Lord Tortoise said. Oh, terrifying foundation? I wonder how strong the Reincarnation Immortal sect is. Lin Feng asked curiously. Lord Tortoise said, the foundation I'm talking about is not the foundation of the mortal world, but the foundation of the heaven realm. If we really want to talk about it, we can only be considered as a branch of the heaven realm's Reincarnation Immortal sect. Lin Feng was shocked. He really hadn't thought of this. Lord Tortoise continued. In fact, it's not just the Reincarnation Immortal sect. The Taishang Immortal sect is also a branch of the Taishang Immortal sect in the heaven realm. Moreover, the Taishang Immortal sect in the heaven realm is even more powerful because they inherited the Taishang's legacy. Exalted One, a terrifying existence that could change the color of the heavens and the earth. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this existence's cultivation could shock heaven and earth and make ghosts and gods weep. Taishang meant surpassing everything. Grand Supreme should be the sixth sovereign to awaken in this era after the five sovereigns, Hongmeng, Hongjun, Daoist Luya, and Chaos Puppet. He named himself Taishang. It meant to surpass everything. Taishang was very arrogant. Although he was only the sixth sovereign to awaken, he looked down on the other five sovereigns. He gave himself the name Taishang to tell the world that he was the supreme existence in the world. He had surpassed the sovereigns Primordial Chaos, Patriarch Chaos Fiend, Daoist Luya, and Patriarch Chaos Fiend. Lin Feng asked, apart from the Taishang Immortal Sect and the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, do the other immortal sects have a main branch in the heaven realm? Lord Tortoise shook his head and said, the other immortal sects shouldn't have a main branch in the heaven realm. However, I have high hopes for the Red World Fairy. She will definitely enter the heaven realm in the future and establish her own faction there. She's not a simple person. Lord Tortoise rarely evaluated others. Ordinary people weren't qualified for him to evaluate. But now, Lord Tortoise actually had such a high opinion of Senior Immortal Hong Chun. It was obvious how extraordinary the Red World Fairy was. The Red World Fairy was known as the most powerful person in the 9 provinces. Lin Feng didn't know if the Red World Fairy was the most powerful person in the 9 provinces, but he felt that his cheap master's cultivation base was definitely not lower than the Red World Fairies. In the next few days, the Reincarnation Immortal Sect was very lively. The news that Lin Feng was going to be the vice sect leader of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect quickly spread throughout the sect. It caused a huge commotion. Lin Feng had only joined the sect for a little over 10 years. Now, he was going to become the vice sect leader of this ancient sect. This gave rise to a strange feeling in many people's hearts. It wasn't jealousy. When a person was too outstanding and surpassed everyone else by too much, they wouldn't be jealous. Those who had been surpassed would not be able to feel any jealousy. They were jealous of those who weren't much stronger than them, but who were superior to them in every aspect. He's the youngest vice sect leader in the history of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, right? Although he's the vice sect leader, he's actually the acting sect leader. Now that the 9 provinces is in chaos and the 9 provinces is about to fall into turmoil, the sect leader hasn't returned for many years. Lin Feng is going to exercise the power of the sect leader. Back then, I joined the sect with Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng is going to take charge of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, while I'm just an ordinary inner disciple. It's like heaven and earth. Now that I think about it, I can't help but sigh with emotion. Brother, don't be discouraged. Lin Feng is a God-favored one. He's naturally not someone ordinary people like us can compare to. The entire sect was talking about Lin Feng being the vice sect leader. The male disciples were all emotional. The female disciples seemed to be more excited than the male disciples. Lin Feng was a God-favored one. Their hearts palpitated. Even the peerless beauties of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect were attracted to him. While the Reincarnation Immortal Sect was preparing for the ceremony of Lin Feng taking over as the vice sect leader, Lin Feng went into seclusion. This time, Lin Feng planned to refine the epic Tao source. He wanted to awaken his immortal bloodline for the second time. In order to awaken his bloodline, he had to go to the ancestral land. This was because the ancestral land usually had the method to awaken his bloodline. Apart from going to the ancestral land, there was another way, which was to find some extremely powerful treasures. Some extremely powerful treasures could help a cultivator awaken his bloodline. Of course, such treasures were too rare. One might not necessarily find them even after searching all the heavens. For example, the epic Tao source. It was a treasure passed down from the Supreme Celestial Court. However, how many people could find the Supreme Celestial Court? Therefore, it was unrealistic to hope to find these treasures to awaken one's bloodline. Lin Feng was able to obtain the epic Tao source thanks to Master Tortoise. Therefore, Lin Feng was very respectful and grateful to Master Tortoise. Although Master Tortoise liked to cheat his disciples, Master Tortoise would also think for himself. Chapter 2732. As the archaic dragonesque elephant circulated, the epic Tao source started to disintegrate. The epic Tao source turned into the purest energy. Then, the energy was gradually absorbed by Lin Feng's body. The energy fused with Lin Feng's undying bloodline. Suddenly, Lin Feng's undying bloodline started to transform. After such a long time, who wouldn't die? Suddenly, a voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind. It was hazy. Lin Feng felt that he had entered a mysterious world. There was a mysterious existence in this world. He was shrouded in mystery and looked at Lin Feng from afar. Lin Feng had a strange feeling. It was a special feeling, as if their blood vessels were connected. This feeling made Lin Feng feel very warm. It was like a wanderer returning home and seeing his family. This feeling was so good that Lin Feng had the urge to cry. "Who are you?" Lin Feng asked. That existence didn't say anything. He was still looking at Lin Feng. When Lin Feng got closer to him, he realized that the cultivator had disappeared. Where did he go? Lin Feng muttered to himself. He started to look for that existence. However, he couldn't find him even after searching many places. Lin Feng traveled through this lonely world. Finally, Lin Feng saw a huge ancient city. The ancient city had the words Yuan written on it. The Undying clan is surnamed Yuan. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The famous Undying clan was ancient and powerful. They had a long history. It was a clan that could make the descendants of the top forces in the heaven realm pale. From this, one could see how terrifying this clan was. In the 9 prefectures, the Undying clan only appeared in the immemorial era. That was because the Undying clan wasn't a native of the 9 prefectures. The Undying clan that appeared in the 9 prefectures during the immemorial era was just a side branch. Their bloodlines were not particularly powerful. Moreover, in the bloodline of the Undying clansmen of the side branches, many powerful divine abilities would not appear in their bloodline memories. The most heaven-defying divine abilities were usually only passed down to the descendants of the main branch. The inheritances of these major forces were passed down through their bloodline. They didn't rely on scrolls or jade tubes to imprint divine abilities, because if they used scrolls and jade tubes to imprint the clan's inheritance, someone might steal the scrolls and jade tubes. At that time, the clan's inheritance would be leaked. This was something that the major forces would never allow to happen. These major forces would often place restrictions in the minds of their disciples. Therefore, outsiders couldn't obtain their inheritance through soul searching, because once the soul search, the restriction would instantly destroy his soul. Of course, there were some great powers that wouldn't do this, but such great powers were in the minority. Lin Feng entered the ancient city. The ancient city was bustling with people coming and going. However, these people didn't seem to see Lin Feng. The sacrificial ceremony is about to begin. The talented descendants of the clan should quickly head to the plaza to undergo the bloodline awakening. A dignified voice resounded in the ancient city. The bloodline awakening ceremony is finally about to begin. Many people were extremely excited as they rushed to the central plaza. The descendants of the Undying clan are undergoing the bloodline awakening. Lin Feng was very surprised. He thought of a possibility. Now that he was about to undergo the bloodline awakening, could it be that he was going to undergo the bloodline awakening together with the Undying clan? Lin Feng didn't stop and quickly rushed to the plaza. Soon, he arrived at the plaza. When he arrived, the plaza was already filled with people. The Undying clan was a huge clan that had existed for tens of thousands of years. Naturally, there would be many clansmen. However, these clansmen were mostly from the side branch. There were very few true main branch cultivators. The status of these side branch disciples naturally couldn't be compared to the main branch disciples. However, they also had the chance to awaken their bloodline. After their bloodline awakening, their bloodline wouldn't record the most heaven-defying divine abilities. However, if they displayed shocking talent at that time, the main branch would focus on nurturing them and teach them all kinds of heaven-defying divine abilities. All of these were highly possible. There were about 3,000 descendants gathered in the plaza. These should be the descendants of the side branch of the Undying clan. Lin Feng heard the people around him talking about the bloodline awakening. It turned out that the location and method of the bloodline awakening of the side branch disciples was different from that of the main branch disciples. The bloodline awakening of the side branch disciples relied on the power of fortune. On the other hand, the main branch disciples awakened in the ancestral land. It was said that there was an awakening pool in the ancestral land. In the pool, there were all kinds of precious spirit herbs, immortal liquids, and other treasures. Moreover, there were some special methods. As for what they were, no one knew. The awakening process in the ancestral land was much more complicated. The probability of bloodline awakening was also much higher than the simple awakening process outside. Could the awakening have something to do with those stone statues? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. There were 9 stone statues in the plaza. Every stone statue was vivid and lifelike. Moreover, they were surrounded by divine light and looked very dignified. Those stone statues should be the ancestors of the Undying clan. A few cultivators flew over from afar, led by an old man. The old man said loudly, "You are all outstanding descendants of the side branch. I hope that you can successfully undergo a deep bloodline awakening during this ceremony." At this time, Lin Feng found out that the young cultivators in the plaza had already undergone a bloodline awakening, and now they were undergoing a second bloodline awakening. These people first performed a sacrifice. Then they began their bloodline awakening. One of the priests walked out. There was a table in front of this priest. On the table, there were many sacrificial offerings and an incense burner. This priest began to chant an incantation. It took him half an hour to chant the incantation. Suddenly, the eyes of the 9 stone statues shot out 2 dazzling beams of light. The ancestors have appeared. Many people exclaimed, then knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the 9 stone statues. Fortune descends. Bow to the ancestors. The priest shouted loudly, "May the ancestors bestow fortune upon us." Over 3,000 disciples on the plaza all knelt on the ground. Then these disciples all kowtowed to the 9 stone statues. Rumble. The 9 stone statues raised their arms at the same time. They pointed their fingers at the sky. In an instant, 9 beams of light shot out from their fingertips. The 9 beams of light fused together, forming a huge pillar of light. That huge pillar of light shot up to the sky. It seemed to be connected to a mysterious space-time. Then, a mysterious energy descended from the sky. It was golden energy, like golden rain falling from the sky. Chapter 27:33. Bathing in the holy light, they awakened their powerful bloodlines. Many people were immersed in this mysterious realm. They were awakening their bloodlines, and their bodies were emitting waves of shocking energy. Of course, Not everyone could smoothly undergo a deep level of awakening. It was definitely very difficult. Out of more than 3,000 disciples, only 1/10 of them could undergo a deep awakening. That was already very impressive. This kind of deep awakening was very special. Every time one awakened, their combat strength would be greatly improved, and their bloodline would also be greatly improved. They would be able to master some ancient divine powers and even the power of their ancestors that was sleeping in their bodies. Every time one awakened, their combat strength would be greatly improved. Therefore, a deep awakening was very important for a cultivator. It was definitely an extremely important opportunity. Perhaps this was a good opportunity to soar into the sky, but there were very few cultivators who could seize this opportunity. Every time one awakened, the difficulty level of the second awakening would be greatly increased. Therefore, one could imagine how difficult it was for those cultivators who had awakened 3 or 4 times, or even more, and how heaven-defying. Can this holy light awaken me as well? Lin Feng looked at the golden energy descending from the sky and could not help but mumble to himself. He walked toward the square, wanting to bathe in the holy light. When he arrived at the square, he began to absorb the golden energy descending from the sky. However, this golden energy had no effect on Lin Feng. Perhaps the reason for all this was because they were not in the real world. Other than this reason, Lin Feng could not think of any other explanation. Swoosh! At this moment, a figure appeared in the distance. Lin Feng was shocked. It was that person. He had seen that person's figure before. That person also looked at Lin Feng. When he saw that person this time, Lin Feng still felt very close to him, just like before. Lin Feng quickly walked toward that person. That person walked out of the city, and Lin Feng chased after him. He also came out of the city. In the vast ancient forest, there was only Lin Feng and him. The man stopped. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "The bloodline inheritance originated from immortal ancient and has been passed down to this world." Lin Feng pondered deeply. The man's words should be telling them the time of the bloodline inheritance, right? He looked at the man and asked, "Senior, are you my ancestor?" "Our bloodline no longer belongs to the Undying clan." The man did not answer Lin Feng's question, but said aloud. Lin Feng had some understanding of this before. Their lineage was the one abandoned by the Undying clan. Therefore, if they were to be discovered by the Undying clan, he would definitely not allow their bloodline to continue to survive. It was normal for a huge force like the Undying clan to have branches outside, but they would never allow those abandoned clansmen to spread their branches and leaves. Clans with external branches and those formed by those abandoned people were two completely different concepts in terms of power and influence. The rules set by the Undying clan were laws. As for the external branches, their existence was legal. As for the clans formed by those abandoned clansmen, their forces were completely illegal and would naturally be wiped out. Many things in the world were filled with cruelty. Even if they belonged to the same clan when it came to benefits, they would fight to the death. There was no warmth to speak of. The man walked towards Lin Feng step by step. He came to Lin Feng's side and said, "Remember, avoid the Undying clan. The current you is not yet the time to face them head-on." The bloodline had been passed down for 3 generations. From the 4th band onwards, it could no longer be considered a close bloodline. From Lin Feng's generation to Lin Qi's generation, it had been tens of thousands of years. There was no longer any blood relationship between them. The so-called blood relationship only referred to 3 generations of the same clan connected by blood. Therefore, no one would care about the so-called same clan. Just as the man in front of him had said, Lin Feng had to avoid the Undying clan, otherwise the Undying clan would notice him. If he was discovered, The Undying clan would definitely send experts to kill Lin Feng. They would definitely not allow the descendants of those abandoned clansmen to live in this world. And his talent was so powerful. I will remember. Lin Feng nodded. The man smiled, then stretched out his right hand and lightly tapped on Lin Feng's forehead. Buzz. A beam of light surged out from the man's fingertip and shone into Lin Feng's forehead. Then Lin Feng felt the world spinning. All the scenes disappeared. His consciousness returned to the real world. But Lin Feng could feel that his body was getting hotter and hotter. It was getting hotter and hotter. His body became boiling hot. In Lin Feng's undying bloodline, it was as if shackles were being unlocked. Those shackles were the inheritance of the bloodline and the ancestors' memory and power. And Lin Feng's dantian began to become dazzling. Inside his dantian, a twisted golden blood mist actually appeared. The distorted golden blood mist finally transformed into the shape of a human. Lin Feng was shocked. That human figure was very special. Lin Feng felt that the human figure contained an unimaginably vast power. Once that vast power was activated, it would cause an earth-shattering commotion. The ancestors' power. Lin Feng revealed a look of joy. He guessed that it must be the ancestors' power. This deep awakening, Lin Feng awakened the ancestors' power. Now, the ancestors' power condensed into a small golden human figure. When Lin Feng connected with the small golden human figure, suddenly Lin Feng felt that he was like a small pond. The ancestors' power was a vast ocean, and now Lin Feng could borrow the ancestors' power to fight. Once he used the ancestors' power to fight, his battle strength would be greatly increased. And unlike using the 8-9 arcane art, using the ancestors' power to fight would only consume magic power at most, and it would not consume a lot of lifespan. This deep awakening seems to have only awakened part of the ancestors' power sleeping in the bloodline. Lin Feng sensed the condition of his body. Except for the ancestors' power sleeping in the bloodline, he did not sense anything else, such as the inheritance of some powerful divine ability, some special abilities, or some extremely important memories. None of them had been awakened. Of course, Lin Feng knew that this was only the second awakening of the undying bloodline. To be able to awaken the ancestors' power sleeping in the bloodline was already extremely heaven-defying. Chapter 2734. The stronger the bloodline, the more limited the awakened ability would be. Some weaker bloodlines might be able to awaken several abilities if they were to undergo a deeper awakening. This was because there was a limit to the number of times a bloodline could be awakened. Not all bloodlines could be awakened 9 times. Some bloodlines could only be awakened 2 or 3 times. Some bloodlines could only be awakened once. After awakening his bloodline, Lin Feng decided to enter the 5th floor of the Chonglu Devil Palace to take a look. He wondered what was inside. After entering the Chonglu Devil Palace, the Black Bear Sage appeared and bowed to Lin Feng. "Congratulations, Master, for breaking through to the giant god realm. From now on, Master is like a dragon entering the sea and an eagle soaring into the sky. Your rise is unstoppable." Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "Don't say that. Who knows what the future holds?" Then he said, "I want to see that stone sword. I don't know if I can take the stone sword in the demonic hall of the lofty building now." "Yes, Master." When the Black Bear Saint received the order, it abruptly waved its giant claw and a lump of black light surged out. It enveloped Lin Feng and the Black Bear Sage. They then disappeared from the palace and appeared in the 3rd layer space. The stone sword was placed in the 3rd layer space. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the other stone sword flew out and hovered in the palace. Is this the stone sword? The remnant soul appeared in his illusory body and carefully examined the stone sword. Lin Feng looked at the two stone swords and said, "Why do I feel that these two stone swords are different?" The two stone swords were identical in appearance, but Lin Feng felt that there was something different about them. It was a very strange feeling, but it was also very strong. The remnant soul said, "Master, these two stone swords are indeed different. In fact, all 36 stone swords are different." "Oh, what's different about them?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. The remnant soul said, "These 36 stone swords all have their own names. They are called Tian Kuei Sword, Tian Gang Sword, Tian Ji Sword, Tian Xian Sword, Tian Xiong Sword, Tian Xiong Sword, Tian Xiong Sword, Tian Xiong Sword, Tian Meng Sword, Tian Wei Sword, Tianing Sword, Tian Gui Sword, Tian Fu Sword, Tian Man Sword, Tian Gu Sword, Tian Fu Sword, Tian Fu Sword, Tian Man Sword, Tian Gu Sword, Tian Dao 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 Sword, Tian. Although the stone swords are made of the same material, their power is different. Among the 36 stone swords, it is said that the heavenly chief sword is the strongest. The heavenly skillful sword is ranked last, Lin Feng said in surprise. So that's how it is. No wonder I felt that these two stone swords were different. So that's the reason. The remnant soul continued. Although there is a difference in power, the difference is very limited. Even the heavenly skillful sword, which is ranked last, can easily kill a creature in the black fog at its peak. This shows how powerful these stone swords are. Moreover, these stone swords can sense each other and form a special cycle. Their power can also be stacked together. This is the most terrifying part. Lin Feng asked in surprise, "Stacking their power? How do you understand this?" The remnant soul explained, "For example, if we activate two stone swords, the power of each stone sword is equivalent to the power of the combined attack of the two stone swords." Hearing this explanation, Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. This kind of stacking of power was too terrifying. If he could gather all 36 stone swords and activate all 36 stone swords at the same time, then the power that each of the 36 stone swords could unleash was equivalent to the power of the 36 stone swords fused together. It was simply too heaven-defying. Back then, Di Wudao controlled 9 stone swords and activated them to fight against his father. It was hard to imagine just how powerful Di Wudao was back then. But in the end, Di Wudao was still defeated by his father. When he thought of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel deeply shocked. Just how shockingly powerful was his father's battle prowess back then. "What are these two stone swords?" Lin Feng asked. The remnant soul said, "The stone sword I control is the Skyba sword. It is ranked 34th among the 36 stone swords. The stone sword in front of you is called the Heavenly Sin Sword. It is ranked 29th among the 36 stone swords. Therefore, the stone sword in the hall is slightly stronger than the Skyba sword. It is also more difficult to activate it." Lin Feng nodded and walked to the front of the Heavenly Sin Sword. Then he reached out and grabbed the hilt of the Heavenly Sin Sword. Previously, after Lin Feng had broken through to the Heavenly God realm, he had tried many times to pick up the Heavenly Sin Sword, but he had failed every time. Lin Feng knew that it was because his cultivation was not high enough. Now that Lin Feng had broken through to the giant God realm, his cultivation had increased greatly. Lin Feng's confidence had also increased. "Ha!" he shouted in a deep voice. Then, all the muscles in his body suddenly channeled magic power. In an instant, Lin Feng lifted the Skybu's sword. What a heavy sword! Lin Feng's face couldn't help but turn red. The reason why he could easily activate the Skybu's sword was because of the Remnant Soul's help. Without the Remnant Soul's help, Lin Feng would have a hard time unleashing the power of the Skybu's sword. When he picked up the Heavenly Sin sword, the Remnant Soul couldn't help. Lin Feng had to rely on his own strength. Now, Lin Feng knew how terrifying the Heavenly Sin sword was. This stone sword was just too heavy. It was not an easy task to wield the Heavenly Sin sword to slay the enemy. Fortunately, Lin Feng could now lift the Heavenly Sin sword. This was a good start. When I kill Di Wudao in the future, I will be able to collect 11 stone swords. After Lin Feng put down the Heavenly Sin sword, he started to ponder. He just didn't know what kind of stone swords Di Wudao controlled. Let's go to the 5th palace to take a look. Lin Feng said. The Black Bear Sage nodded and brought Lin Feng and the Remnant Soul to the 5th palace. Inside the 5th palace, it actually formed a mountain and river. Lin Feng looked at the mountain and river world that appeared in front of him suspiciously. It was huge and boundless. Originally, he thought that there would be something extremely precious in the 5th palace. He didn't expect it to be a space. The Black Bear Sage said, "This space is rumored to be a space formed by the ancient god of space after he fell. The inheritance of the ancient god of space is somewhere in this space." What? The inheritance of the ancient god of space? Lin Feng was shocked. Chapter 27:35. Is there really the inheritance of the space ancient god here? Lin Feng asked in disbelief. The most terrifying thing about the space ancient god was his ability to make use of space. It was said that the space ancient god could condense a huge space with a raise of his hand. Such an ability was simply unimaginable. Once the space was condensed, there were too many things that could be done. This was because the space condensed in an instant could easily trap any cultivator. Then the space would collapse, and the cultivator trapped inside would die. Of course, the space ancient god's abilities were not limited to this. This was just the tip of the iceberg of the space ancient god's abilities. The Black Bear Sage said, "Of course it's true. This space was obtained by Demon Emperor Chonglu by accident. Originally, he wanted to find the inheritance of the space ancient god himself to cultivate. However, he did not expect that before he could comprehend the secrets of this space, Demon Emperor Chonglu would meet with a calamity and fall." The Black Bear Sage sighed as he said this. He was the weapon spirit of the Chonglu Devil Palace, which was equivalent to being created by Demon Emperor Chonglu. Hence, he was filled with emotions about the calamity that befell Demon Emperor Chonglu. Lin Feng looked at the space and frowned slightly. It seems like it won't be easy to comprehend the secrets of this space and find the inheritance of the space ancient god. Lin Feng did not have the time to comprehend the secrets of this space, as he planned to head to the Sky Martial Continent. Other than that, Lin Feng was unable to comprehend the chants that he had obtained from the Demon Lord. Furthermore, he was unable to comprehend the chants that he had obtained from Yuan Qing Dao Lord. Now that the inheritance of the space ancient god was suspected to be in this space, Lin Feng was unable to find the time to comprehend the secrets of this space. Even if he wanted to comprehend it, he would first comprehend the chants left behind by the Demon Lord or Yuan Qing Dao Lord. Lin Feng came out of the Chonglu Devil Palace. He then took out the Evil Corpse Ring. He had been unable to open the Evil Corpse Ring that he had obtained in the ancient city. He had thought that he would only be able to open it after breaking through to the heavenly god realm. However, he had still failed. Now that he had broken through to the giant god realm, would he be able to open the Evil Corpse Ring? Lin Feng was not sure if he could open the evil corpse ring. He would only know after trying. If he could open the evil corpse ring, that would be even better. It was a happy ending for everyone if he was still unable to open the ring. As such, he could only wait for a period of time and wait for his cultivation to increase before attempting to open it. Lin Feng's spiritual sense attempted to invade the evil corpse ring. Keek keek, a series of gloomy voices suddenly resounded in his mind. An extremely cold aura gushed out from the evil corpse ring. That aura poured into Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng couldn't help but scream. That feeling was too painful. He felt as if his head was about to split open. The evil corpse ring was too strange. Lin Feng quickly activated Lu Ya's stargazing chart. Only then did the pain gradually disappear. Huff, huff, huff. Lin Feng could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, his face still looked a little pale. "This ring is so strange," Yi Fuqian murmured. His expression was uncertain as he looked at the evil corpse ring. Although Lin Feng really wanted to open the evil corpse ring now, but obviously, with Lin Feng's ability, it was impossible to open the evil corpse ring now. The evil corpse ring contained a terrifying power. If he wanted to open the evil corpse ring, he would need to break that strange power. And obviously, Lin Feng currently didn't have the ability to break that strange power. Lin Feng kept the evil corpse ring. Perhaps he would need to wait until he became a half-emperor before he could try to open the evil corpse ring. The night was bright. There was a bonfire in front of a palace in the barren mountain. There was barbecued meat on top of the bonfire. An enticing aroma spread out. It was too delicious. Next to the bonfire was a table filled with various delicacies and fine wines. Lin Feng, Lord Turtle, Xiao Mengmeng, Duzu, and the evil Dominator Saint were all surrounding the table and enjoying the delicious food. This was a rare moment of tranquility. Only in the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, in the barren mountain, Lin Feng could completely relax, because his master, Lord Turtle, was here. Even if Lin Feng was dead drunk, he didn't have to worry about his head being chopped off in his sleep. But in the outside world, Lin Feng had to be on his guard at all times. The Deputy Sect Master's inauguration ceremony will be held tomorrow. This is an extremely important event for the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Therefore, the sect has invited some of the higher-ups of the forces that we are on good terms with to attend the ceremony. Lord Turtle said. Lin Feng nodded. This was also very necessary. It was equivalent to announcing to the world that he was going to take over the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. During this period of time, the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra will try to communicate with the sect master. If the communication is successful, the sect master will step down, and you will officially become the new sect master of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Lord Turtle said. In fact, many major events in the Reincarnation Immortal Sect were decided by the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. Even the current sect master, the Reincarnation Immortal Venerable, had to listen to the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. Perhaps the departure of the sect master had something to do with this matter. As for Lord Turtle, he was a carefree person who was not interested in the affairs of the sect. Perhaps the only thing that Lord Turtle was interested in was which female disciple's figure was better. If I take over the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, I will gradually take control of the sect instead of taking orders from the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. Lin Feng said. Lord Turtle raised his eyelids and said, "This matter will depend on your own means." Lin Feng nodded and did not talk about this matter any further. Lin Feng's character had always been like this. He would either not take up the position of Deputy Sect Master. Since he had taken up the position, he must have great power. He would never allow anyone above him to control him. Even the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra was no exception. In the next few days, more and more cultivators arrived at the Reincarnation Immortal sect. They were all sects, families, or forces that were on good terms with the Reincarnation Immortal sect. As the land of the 9 prefectures was too big, the Reincarnation Immortal sect had sent invitations to the distant forces. However, they could not come in a short period of time. Lin Feng was in a hurry to leave the land of the 9 prefectures and head to the Tianwu continent. Therefore, the ceremony to take over the position of deputy sect master would not wait for the arrival of the major forces. On this day, someone came to visit Lin Feng. When he saw the person, Lin Feng was delighted. It was a woman who was standing in front of an ancient tree. Her clothes were as white as snow. She was like a fairy who had fallen from the 9 heavens to the mortal world. Her temperament was otherworldly, and she was as beautiful as a jade. She was simply a peerless beauty. Her beauty was breathtaking. Ouyang Shiyu. It was actually this woman,